Hi everyone, welcome to Data Analytics and BI. Before we jump into today's project, let me share something personal with you. I'm not only a data analytics trainer, I'm also an author. I have written a science fiction novel called as Voyagers of the Lost Earth, and now it is available on Amazon. Hi all, welcome to Data Analytics and BI. So today we will discuss about a real-time project. So what we are going to discuss, let us see that. So that's a general project each and every business, the manufacturing business or the production business or any product based company, if you take any product based company in the world, you take this is the common business scenario, common business flow in every business. So let's see how it goes. So we have, if you take any production, okay, if you take any production or any manufacturing production. So let me take any manufacturing production. So we have like manufacturing units or plants. So the way we have the chemical plants or water purification plants or any, I mean, if you take the food business, so they are going to manufacture the big machines. So they are going to manufacture the noodles or food, instant food products, chips, beverages, okay, food, snacks, beverages, all the food products, the business that you take. So it has the manufacturing units or the plants. Simply, it is used for the production. So it is for production of the products. So this is products. So once the products are produced, okay, for example, 1,000 liters or one gallon of the beverage is produced, or 10, for example, if you see the metric tons of the beverages or any liquids are produced, okay, or the tons of chips or the food products are produced. So they do not, whatever the products are produced. This is only for the food products. If you also take some other products, shirts, clothing products, or any other products, electronic products. So they do not keep all the products in the manufacturing units. Once the products are produced, those products are sent for the to the inventory. Okay, the next step is inventory. Inventory. It is also called as warehouse. Okay, it is also called as warehouse. So what do we do? So from the manufacturing, then that goes to inventory. Then that goes to inventory. Okay, from the inventory, okay, yes, the products are ready for the delivery. So from the inventory, the product goes to the customers. Okay, the product goes to the customers. The product goes to the customers. So here we can say sales or simply to the customers. Okay, simply to the customers. You just should bear. Okay, simply to the customers. Next. Okay, next we have like, yes, the products are to the customers. Then what do we have? So we have one more thing. Okay, yes, the products are into the customers. So the business needs to know. Okay, the business needs to know, or it is also called as supply chain. Supply chain. Then the next step is, the next flow is supply chain. So here what happens in the supply chain? The supply chain team or the business team, they get to know that, okay, these many products are being sold out, or these are not sold out, or these are in the inventory, still in the inventory. So this needs to be get out of the inventory. So if the products are being sold out, okay, if the products are being sold out, so what do we see? So from the supply chain, it directly goes to the manufacturing units or the plant production, stating that, okay, there are no products available in the, or they are going to get out of the inventory. So there is a direct connection in between the inventory and the supply chain. Okay, there is a direct connection between the inventory and supply chain. So what happens here? So here if you take, okay, from the manufacturing units, the products gets into the warehouse. Okay, from the warehouse, whenever the customer orders anything, okay, so it is going to get into the customers. Yes. And from the customers, okay, yes, the warehouse, there are 1,000 products are available. Okay, there are 1,000 products are available. So out of 1,000 products, 700 products are sold out. 700 products are sold out. The remaining products are 300 products available. So immediately they would have some threshold. Okay, 50%. For example, 50% is the threshold. So yes, they should get alerts or they should see the report in such a way that, okay, 50%, only 50% inventory is available in the warehouse, or 50% units, 50% products are available. They are going to inform the manufacturing units. Yes, the plant managers, the unit managers, operation teams, stating that, okay, yes, the 50% inventory is out for the delivery or out to the customers. Can you please produce these many products in the next few months? Okay, so here comes a lot of prediction. So most of the companies, they are spending more money on the supply chain. So this is very important. The supply chain or the sales, the inventory, production, these are all the so common in every business. So here what we are going to discuss, we are going to discuss about the first project, that is manufacturing units, plant production. What are all the things that is being produced and what do we have in here? So here we have machines. So here we have the machines. So how well the machines are performing. So what are all the things available in the machines? So are they troubling or are they yielding, or how much are they producing? How much are they not producing? What is the downtime? Whether that downtime is affecting the production? What is the estimated production? What is the actual production? Or what is the cost of producing, standard cost, actual cost? So these concepts we are going to discuss. Let's see let's see we received a mail. Okay, how do we get the project? Okay, how do we get the project? Let me go to the project assignment. Okay, if you see, so to the BI team or to the data analytics and BI team, so we are going to get something mail from the client. Okay, manufacturing operations performance dashboard. So the client mentioned this in the title. Dear data analytics and BI business intelligence team, I am writing to formally assign the manufacturing operations performance dashboard project to your team after reviewing our current reporting challenges and evaluating the scope of work required. Okay, you can go through it. The company name is Panasonic. Currently operates 6 manufacturing plants across APAC, Asia Pacific, Asia, Europe, North America. Our production data is siloed across the factory ERP. ERP is the main system. So you get one question in the interview: what is the finance application that you use? Okay, few companies use SAP, few companies use ERP and Oracle. There is also one more application from Oracle. And reporting done manually through weekly Excel files. Okay, what is their main issue? Excel files, weekly Excel files. This approach is no longer sustainable. By the time reports reach decision makers, the opportunity to act, the data has already passed. Okay, what do you need to see? Okay, Excel files, weekly Excel files. By the time, okay, this is important. So they are lagging behind the decision making. Okay, using the legacy Excel spreadsheet, but need to automate few things. So what do they need? We require a centralized interactive Power BI dashboard that gives us our operations, quality, finance, and leadership teams real-time visibility into the following 5 KPI domains. Okay, that is what they are saying. So production volume by factory, region, product, time period, quality monitoring, what is the yield percentage, scrap for quality control. So it is equipment efficiency, overall equipment efficiency, OEE analysis, what is the downtime, equipment, cost control. So every business has some standard cost. Okay, this is our standard cost, $1, okay, or $2 per product. But actual when they are into the production, the actual cost is $1.5. Okay, they thought that okay, $1 is the estimated or standard cost. But when they are manufacturing, $1 per product, $1.5 per product. So there is a difference in the technical terminology. We call it as a variance of $0.5, half a dollar per each product. And the next one is throughput. Okay, units per production hour and good units per hour. So they also gave some timeline. So we need to start within 48 hours. So what they are saying, data access and SQL view connectivity confirmation. They are asking us to build something in the SQL. Please find the attached project documentation. I'm available. Okay, we can get in touch with the client whenever they need. Okay, James Mitchell, Vice President of Operations, Panasonic Electronics and Manufacturing Division. Okay, so let me download the manufacturing operations and so the documentation. Let's see what do we have in the document first. Then we can go for, and also we also have the Excel file. So let me open that Excel file. So what do we have in here? We have like raw data. Okay, this is complete data that is available. Okay, year, month name, factory, region, country, segment, product category. All this information is available. So what do we have? Goods, production hour, downtime hour, standard cost, actual cost, yield percentage, scrap percentage. Okay, they got the data from different teams. So they are building something like this: total production, average yield, scrap, downtime, total variance, average units. Okay, this is what they are following. The normal, regular way of using the Excel. Production volume. Okay, they have all this information in the production volume. Okay, so this is what they have. What is the product category, volume, percentage, quality monitoring. Okay, what is the yield percentage and scrap? Okay, so we will discuss one by one. What are all the KPIs, metrics? Okay, so OEE, equipment efficiency, how the machine is working, and the cost control. Oh, what is the difference between the standard cost and what do you say, the actual cost? So this is what we have in the Excel. So what do they want? Every week they are getting the data. So it takes, if the manager or the vice president want to take the decision, he needs to wait for another week and they need to go for the analysis. So it takes a lot of time. So we want to automate all this. So what do we have here? Okay, what do we have here? So we need to go to a SQL. First, we need to log into SQL. Okay, connect and log in and expand the databases. Do we have the databases or not? But the thing is that in the real time, we would already have the data available in the database. There is no need to worry about the data. There is no need of inserting the data in the SQL server or in the database. We do not, as a data analyst, we do not insert anything. We would use the data that is available in the SQL server or in the database. What do we do now? Okay, previously in the previous projects, we used to import the flat files, the CSV files into the SQL server. But this time we will go with the insertion of the SQL scripts. How do we do that? Let me click on the new query. So if you observe, okay, let me go to the documentation first. Okay, what do we have in the documentation? Okay, manufacturing operation performance dashboard. Okay, business documentation. Okay, MFG. MFG is manufacturing OPS operations. Okay, So let me come down. So we have all the table of content, okay, project overview. Everything is in here, complete documentation. Okay, the manufacturing performance, there are these many, the data is from 2020 till 2025, 35 dimensions. Okay, there are 35 dimensions. Overall equipment effectiveness, okay, cost control. So these are all the information about the what is the project name, client, what are all the tools that we need to use. So what do we have? The data source is in this SQL view, but we do not directly have this view. We need to build this view. Okay, how do we build this view? Let us see that. So where are all the factories available? So what are all the regions? So what are all the pages that we need to look into? And you see, we also got the color coding. So it is a hex, HEX. So companies also maintain the standard color coding. Okay, standard color coding. And if you see the version, it is 1.0. So we have the factory information. So what is the problem statement? Yes, we have already been through the problem statement. So what are all the data fragmentation, decision making delays? Okay, it takes a lot of time for them to analyze the data, decision making, all these information. Okay, so the data is completely available. The project is completely available in here. So let us go through the SQL server. Okay, let us go through the SQL server. Let us follow one by one. Let us go through one by one. Okay. So first and foremost thing, you follow my instructions. I'll explain you one by one. When you try to practice, okay, do not get confused. Okay. The first step, insert all the dimension data. Dimensions, okay, dimension data into the server, first step. Okay, second step, fact table, insert the fact table. Okay, how do you insert the fact table and dimension table? Let us go through one by one. First step, keep in your mind. Okay, first we need to create the database. Okay, create the database. How do you create the database? So let me directly explain you. Okay, let me directly copy paste. Okay, so what do we have? Create a database, Panasonic, new database. But here, let me go with another name. Okay, manufacturing and operations. Okay, let me go for making some other naming convention. Okay, manufacturing underscore operations. Okay, it comes. So it is from manufacturing operations and all. Okay, so let me run this. First, you need to create the database. First, to run this, execute. Yes, it is successful. Once you create the database, okay, it is like creating the folder. So if you want to copy paste the files, okay, you need to copy paste the files in the same folder that we create. Okay, what do you need to do? Use the same database. Okay, use the database. Okay, yes, we have used it. Once you once you execute these two commands, what I recommend is comment this out. Okay, double hyphen, double dashes, you will going to comment it out. Once you comment it out, what do we need to do? We need to create the tables. Okay, we need to create the tables. What is the first table that we are going to create is channel. Okay, dimension channel. Dimension channel. Let me copy paste it so that we can go for quickly. Do not worry about the code. Okay, so what we are trying to do? We are trying to create the table dimension channel. So what do we have? The first column name is channel key. Okay, we are trying to create the channel key. Okay, int identity 1 comma 1. So it is going to create automatically. The keys are going to create automatically. And it is a primary key. Yes, we know what is primary key. Uniquely used for identification of the each and every record in the table. And the next one is channel name. Okay, variable character. And it is not null, unique. So what do we have in here? Then what we are trying to do? So we are trying to create the dimension channel. We are trying to insert it. Retail B2B distributor online is the name of the channels. Okay, let me execute this. Yes, it is executed. And let me click on execute this. 5 rows are affected. What do we need to do for checking the data? Select star from, okay, select star from dbo.dim channel. Let me execute. Yes, we created the table dimension. Okay, we created the table dimension. So what do you need to do if you want to refer this? Okay, the next instruction is, okay, the next instruction is save this file. Save this SQL query. Okay, it's up to you. So we will automatically get it over here. You click on refresh, click on the connect again so that you will get expand the databases. You want to see that, okay, whatever the table that we created. Panasonic manufacturing operations, expand it, tables expand, and you see dbo.dim channel. Yes, we created that. Expand this, expand the columns, okay, channel key, whatever the key symbol that you see, this is a primary key, okay, channel name. Yes, we created that. So what is that? Let me click on, or let me click on Control S. So we can save that. Okay, go to desktop and click on a new folder. You can write SQL queries. SQL queries. And in the SQL query, you save this as dim channel. Okay, dim channel. So that in future you can refer this. Okay, it would be saved. What is the next step that we need to do? Okay, after channel, okay, you can go through the Excel, you would understand, okay, what are all the data that is available in here. So we have the dimension data like, okay, factory name, region is a dimension table, country is a dimension table, segment name is a dimension table, product is a dimension table. Okay, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dimensions are there. Okay, let us go through it one by one. Okay, the next dimension is the date table. Okay, the second dimension table is date table. So we would already have the date table, the calendar table available in the database. Okay, there is no need to create it, but we will create over here. Okay, first we need to create the table. So what we are trying to do, date key, integer, so automatically, so primary key, so date, day number, okay, day name. So it would contain all the information, whether it is a weekend, bit 1 or 0, 1 represents, yes, it is a weekend. Okay. So date key. Okay, what is the quarter? What is the month name? So let me execute this. Yes, it is executed. Okay, what is the next thing that we need to do? So we need to insert the data. Okay, we need to insert the data. So let me copy paste the insertion of the data. Okay, I'll provide all this. Don't worry, I'll provide all this. So let me paste it over here. Okay, so what do you need to do? Remember, once you create the table, do not get confused. Okay, once you create the table, remember to comment it this out, to comment out, because when you try to execute again, so you are going to execute the table again. Okay, so before commenting it out, whenever you get, you will get it with the comment. You take off the comment, execute the create table query, and after that you need to insert the data. Okay, after that insert the data. Okay, 500 rows are affected. Okay, so we created 500 rows. So how do you check that? Select star from the table name. Okay, whether the table is created or not. So what you can do, dbo.dim date. So select star from dimension date. Execute this. Yes, we got it. Okay. Yes, we got it. So we got the date key, which is a combination of year, month, day. Okay, day number, what is the day name? Okay, whether it is, you see, Saturday, Sunday, yes, it is a weekend. 1 represents, yes, it is a weekend. Okay, this is date table. The next one. Okay, the next one is factory. So what do you do? As we discussed, you click on save. Okay, you save this. How do you save it? Copy this, Control S, Control V, save it. Let me click on new query again. Now we need to go for creating the table. Okay, factory. So what we are trying to do, we have the factory key, factory code, factory name, city, country, region, plant type. Let me click on execute. And let me insert the data. Okay, so what we discussed, once you execute this, you need to comment this out. Remember that. Few things you should remember. And click on execute. Okay, we created the plant code. So we created all the information about the factory. So where this factory is located, what is the country, what is the plant type, whether it is a cell manufacturing, components, assembly, okay, and all this. So we are discussing about the electronic goods. Okay, the Panasonic is the leading electronic company in the world. So the next one is, okay, the next one is product. The next one is product. Let me click on new query, execute. Okay, we created the products. So what is the product key? SKU, keep stocking, stock keeping value. I mean, each and every product is identified by one number. Okay, product name, model number, what is the unit of measure, business division name, category, what is the category, segment, product category. Okay, these are all. When it is launched, what is the technology type, whether it is an active or deactive. Okay, after 5 years, okay, maybe, I mean, they can drop. If you see the electronic mobile phones, okay, so when the smartphone has come into picture, the whatever the mobile phones that we are using regular, okay, those phones are retired. Okay, is active represents whether that is retired or in use. So we need to insert the statements. Okay, let me insert the statement. Let me insert the statements. So what is the next thing? We need to comment this out. So let me come down. Yes, let me execute this. Okay, we got, what do we got? So we got the keep stocking unit, product name, model number, what is the unit of measure, what is the business division name, category, segment, okay, product category code. So this is the product name, main category name. Okay, temperature sensor, battery pack, trimmer. Okay, these are all the products. The product category name is the end product. Okay, end product. Smart hub, straightener. Okay, we use it for the hair straightening. Ceramic capacitor, dimmer, vision camera. So these are all the products. When it is launched, what is the technology type? If you see OLED, smart TVs, a sensor TV, touchscreen TV, whether it is an active or deactive, and created at when the data is created. Okay, when the entry got created. Okay, this is all like when the entry got created, or it is not the when entry is created. It looks like a time, the current time. Okay, let me check. Created at date time, not null, default. Okay, it is the system UTC date time. YS is the system UTC date time. So plus 530 hours. If you minus that, this is the time. Okay, so this is the factory. And what is the next one? Region. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me take a new query, or you can do one thing. You can directly execute this. Automatically, the region is executed, and automatically we will get the data. Let me click on execute. Okay, you execute completely. Okay, you execute completely with the create table. So we got the region table. Okay, region table is ready. Next one is supplier table. Okay, next one is supplier. Let me click on execute. So these are all the suppliers. Who are all the suppliers? Okay, supplier name. Okay, So supplier type, whether they are supplying the components, raw materials, or logistic packaging. So what is the country, what is the region, and whether it is active or inactive, deactive. Okay, this is about the dimension supplier. Now here comes with the supplier with the production. Okay, so here comes with the fact production. Okay, let me open this fact production. So let me copy the data. So let me click on the new query. So what we are creating the production table. We are inserting the production key, date key, product key, factory, units produced, units, what is the scrap, what is the downtime, standard cost, actual cost. Let me execute this. The table is created. What is the next thing that we need to do? Okay, let me copy that. Okay, let me make this as comment this out. So let me comment this out. Okay, so let me explain you what we are trying to do. Okay, we are declaring the product batch. Okay, we are declaring the product batch table. So whatever we have inserted into the table, we need to insert the same thing over here. Okay, then after that we are inserting the data over here. So what is the date key, what is the SKU, factory code, units code, and all. Okay, after inserting the data, what we are trying to do, we are trying to execute whether the data is in the declared product batch or not. Okay, and after that we are inserting the data. Okay, insert into the same data which is in the product batch, we are trying to insert it into the production. Okay, all these data, and after that we are using joins. Okay, how are we joining? We are joining with SKU. From the product table we are joining with the SKU. Okay, and we are joining with two things. We are joining with the two tables, SKU and factory. Okay, because it becomes unique. Okay, it becomes unique. There will not be any duplication of the data. So product and also the factory. And after that, run this. Okay, let me execute this. Okay, it is successfully run. Okay, so let me directly only run this, execute. Okay, what we have got? Production key, date key, and what is the standard cost, what is the actual cost. Okay, what is the next thing that we need to do? We need to join these factory key, date key, product key, factory key. Okay, production. We need to join with these four foreign keys with the primary keys in the dimension data, and then we need to use it for joining the tables. First concept, joining the tables. The second concept is uh, creating the view. Okay, creating the view, and we need to implement the calculations also. Okay, we need to implement the calculations also. So this is about the insertion of the data. So let me also open another one. Let me also open another one. How does it look like? So when you go for the next, okay, the only thing is that SQL Server only accepts 1,000 records only when we try to insert the data. Okay, what are all the steps that we discussed? Let me explain you here. First step, insert dimension tables. Second step, insert fact tables. Third step, join fact and dimension. Fourth step, implement calculations. Fifth step, create a view. Create a view. So what is the sixth step? Pull data into Power BI using the view. So this is what we need to do it. So are we clear till now? Are we clear? Making sense? Able to
Yes,
understand?
sir.
Others? Amy, Lakshmi, Lisha, Mahesh, Malikarjun, Madhukar, Neha, Rajnikant, Vijaya.
Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what is the next step? Okay. Yes, it is good. So we created the data. Okay. We created all the information. We inserted the data. But what is the next step? Okay. The next step, you go to Object Explorer. Let me delete. Okay. Let me do not, I mean, you save it. I am taking off this. So let me check whether the data is inserted or not. Refresh. You connect again. So expand the databases, expand the Panasonic manufacturing operation tables. Okay. So channel, date, factory, product, region, supplier, and the production table is inserted. Okay. What is the next step that we need to do? Okay. Right click if you want to see the data. Right click and click on select 1000 rows. Okay. We are going to get whatever the data that we have it over here. Yes, we have got 846 records in this table. Okay, so we have many data, okay, many records. But for our example, I'll share all the production fact production SQL queries, SQL scripts. You can go through it. So you would find the 3000 or 4000 records. Do not worry about the uh, limit. Understand the concept. Okay. The next step. Let me take a new query. Okay. Remember. Okay. You should be in the same database. Once you come out of the database, the SQL query throws error. Okay. Whatever the folder, whatever the database that you created, you should also always work on that query only. The next step is to create the, okay, create the joins. Okay. We need to combine all these because the data is not in a, it is a separate dimension data and fact table. So what do we need to do? So let me go for select. Select. Okay, what do we need to select? So let me remove this. Let me clear all this. Okay, so what do we need to do? Select to star from. Okay, let me directly go for from product to table, from fact to production. Select to star from fact to production. So let me execute this. Okay, we got all the data. What do we need to do? We need to pull the production. We need to pull the date. Okay, date information. We need to pull the product information, factory information, and all this. Okay, so how do we do that? So we will do it by joining the table. Okay, how do we do that? So here we will go for, okay, left outer join. Okay, the first and foremost table that we are going to join is with the dimension date. Okay, where is the dimension date? Dim date. Okay, dim date. Okay, so how do we join? D on. So we need to give some alias naming. Okay, here let me go for FP, fact production. FP dot date key, FP dot date key equal to D dot date key. FP dot date key equal to key dot date key. So here what do we need to do? So what we need to get it? So we need to write it down. FP dot fact production key. fact production key. Okay. So if you want to get all this, so what do we need to do? We need to right click and click on top 1,000 rows. Okay. We get all these. So then what we can do here, simply take all this, go here. Okay. Now paste it over here. Paste it over here. Yes, we got all. So what do we need to do here? So just come down and paste it. fp dot fp dot fp dot fp dot fp dot. So we are trying to explain the SQL stating that I want to get all these columns from the fact production. Okay. And next one is dimension date key. So what do we need to pull the date key? So we would like to pull, okay, comma d dot. Okay, after date key. Okay, let me come now. After date key. So let us go d dot d dot. Okay. So what do we need to pull? So if you want to see, expand, okay, date, day number, date name, okay, all these information we need to pull. Okay, all these information we need to pull. So here what do I do? I will write, okay, is it the same? Yeah, here it is. D dot year number. So I can go for year underscore year number. Okay, year number. So let me execute. First of all, let me execute this, whether it is working or not. So year number is completely null. Why completely null? Am I making any mistake? Dimension table. Okay, let me come down whether it is okay. We got the data. Don't worry. We got the data. Why we have got the nulls? Because we have not executed the complete fact table. So that is the reason we have got the nulls. But in your SQL script, you will get the complete nulls, complete data. Don't worry about it. So let me come again. Left outer join. Left outer join again. So here we can join with, okay, factory. Okay, we need to pull the information about the product key and the factory key. So here I can go for, where is that factory? So here I can go for factory. F on fp dot factory key equal to f dot factory key, the same key we are trying to join. So what do we do here? So we will implement after the factory key. So we are going to get f dot, okay, f dot factory code, come down again f dot. So what do we have in the factory? Let me expand columns. Factory name, factory city, okay. So what do we have? Factory name. Again, f dot factory city. Okay, we have only the city. Let me execute this. Whether we are getting out. Oh, yes, we got it. You see, factory name, city, and we can also get all country region. Okay, we can also get country region. Okay, f dot country, f dot country, f dot region, f dot region, f dot plant type. Let me execute this. Yes, we got city, country, region, plant type. And the next one is again left outer join. Okay. So next one is after factory product. Where is that? Dim product. So what is that? P on. So what is the key? Factory product key. Yes. P dot product key. P dot product key equal to. So always remember what is the mistake I did. So first table should always be the foreign key. Okay. The next thing should be the primary key. Okay. P dot product key. So here what do we need to do? After the product key, we need to insert. What do we have in the product table? Let me expand it. Columns. So these are all the data that we have. Okay. What is the product name, model number, unit of measure, business division, business name. Okay. All this information are there. Okay. So for now, let me write factory. Where is the product? Yeah. After product, P dot, give the comma, P dot, what do we have? First, let me pull the SKU. SKU. Okay, let me execute. Whether did we get the SKU? Yes, we got the SKU. Okay, we need to pull all the dimension information. So whatever we have it over here, we need to pull. We do not have the complete information. Okay, we only have few dimension data, but we need to pull all the dimension data in it. So what did we discuss? We have been through the project documentation. So we studied the document. I mean, we got to know the requirement of the project, and we implemented those. So we inserted the data, but in real time, we do not insert any data. We use the data that we have in the database. So after that, we joined all the tables. So what are all the tables available? So we joined all the tables, and this is what the output that we got. So year, number, quarter. So we pulled the data from the date table, factory information. The next thing is that, so which state the factory or country, city the factory is, what is the plant type, okay, whether it is a components assembly, okay, if there are raw material, it is assembly or cell manufacturing. So if you see the batteries and all, so what is the business unit name, what is the segment, subsegment, so what is the product category, and these are all the information that we have in here. Okay, so what is the next step? So we need to implement. Okay, it doesn't have any data. Okay, I can simply say we can have it. So it doesn't have any measures. Okay, it doesn't have any measures. So what do we need to do? So we need to include all the measures, but we can't directly take. Okay, we can't directly take the measures. We need to implement some calculations. So what is the measures that we have? So we have the unit produced, unit goods, and all. So let us implement all those. Okay, so let us implement all those. So we can use sum of. Okay, we can use the standard sum of. So what do we have here? FP dot date key. Okay, I can go for writing FP dot units produced. Okay, units produced. So what we can do? So if you want to get all the columns, so we can do one thing like. So do not worry about the database that we are using. So yesterday we discussed how to insert all the data into the database the way we created. So I already implemented in the Panasonic new database. When you work on it, you implement in the new database. So let me go for production sales production. Yeah. So let me click on top 1000. So what we get all these columns. Okay, units produced, all these. So Control C and paste it over here. So what do we need to do? So we just need to write sum of. Okay, sum of unit produced. So we can go for writing as production volume. Production volume. Okay, production volume. And the next one, let me copy this. Okay, let me copy this. So it would be faster. Okay, let me copy directly over here. So, okay, let me close the bracket. So here we can go for naming this. Okay. So as we can go for good units. Good units. Next one, unit scrap. Okay, how much scrap that we have? Okay, scrap units. Next one, production hours. Okay, the next one is production hours. production hours. I want you to remember all these measures. Okay. Go through the business so that you will understand what they are expecting. Okay. Downtime hours. Downtime hours. And the next one is as, so we can go for standard cost. Standard cost. So we have seen that each and every company has some budget. Okay. So whatever the budget that we have, so for the business, that is called as a standard cost for manufacturing and actual cost. Okay, this is what we have it. So then let me execute whether we have got it or not. So we made one small mistake. Dim date. Okay, okay. So always remember what is this mistake? Okay. So when we use the sum, okay, when we use the sum aggregate function, any aggregate function. So what is the thing to remember is we need to group by. Okay, we need to group by. So let me take all the columns that we are using for the group by. Okay. So here what we can do after the joining, so we can go for writing group by. Okay, group by whatever the columns that we gave in the select statement, the dimension data. Okay, so we need to all add all the dimension data in here. Let me click on execute. Now we got it. Okay, now you see production volume, unit goods, scrap units, production hours, downtime hours, standard cost, actual cost. So this is what we have in the data. Okay, this is what we have in the data. We are just trying to add the sum of, and after that we are grouping by. So what do we have in here? If you see, so let's see what kind of a calculations that we need to do. Okay, where is that? Yeah, the first and foremost calculation that we need to use is yield percentage. Okay, so let me copy this. So let's see whether we have the calculation or not. Yield percentage, average yield. Where is the calculation? Don't we have the calculation part? We should have the calculation. Okay, maybe the calculation is missing. Okay, yield percentage. Okay, no problem. So what is the yield percentage? Let us go through the yield percentage. Okay. So unit produced divided by, okay, units goods divided by units produced. So that is yield percentage simply. So let me go for sum of what is that unit produced. Okay, not here. Okay, sum of units produced. So let me copy this. Sum of unit produced. Just a second. Okay, sum of unit produced divided by, okay, sum of unit goods. Sorry, sum of unit goods divided by sum of unit produced. Okay, how much the percentage? Okay, how much the yield that we are getting? Okay, what is that? So percentage of production that results in goods. Okay, how much percentage that we are getting? Okay, so where is that? Okay, so how much percentage? Okay, so unit produced, unit goods divided by units produced. So we can give the naming as yield percentage. Yield percentage. Okay, so here we got one error. Some, okay, divided by. Okay, let me execute. Okay, we are missing the comma. The general mistake that we regularly do. So we got the yield percentage. But the thing is that what do we have here? So 0.925233 something like this. Okay, we are getting more decimal points. Okay, and also this is not in the percentage, it is in the number. What do we need to do? Simple, straightforward. So let me round this off. Okay. So what is the function? Round. So we can round takes the column, comma, how many decimal points that we need to get. Let me go for taking 2 decimals. Okay. And click on execute. Now if you see 0.93, okay, we are only getting 2 numbers. What is the next thing that we need to do? So we can do it. Okay. We can do it. So we can take it into, we can multiply. Simply we can multiply it with 100 so that we get the number 93, 94. Okay, these are all the percentage. And the next one is we need to take the scrap percentage. Okay, next one we need to take the scrap percentage. So how much is scrap? Okay, yield percentage means simple. So 1000 liters, the way we discussed, out of 1000 liters of water, okay, so 800 liters of water is purified and 200 liters are wastage, scrap water. We cannot use it. So same thing over here. So this is the yield percentage. How many units are produced? Okay, good units. So if you go for taking the scrap, so we need to take the scrap units and again the produced. Okay, scrap units and again produced. Let me copy this. Let me copy this. Let me paste it. Instead of unit goods, we can take the scrap units. So we can take the scrap units. So here I can write scrap percentage. Let me click on execute. Okay. So let me go here, 7%. If you see, you can see the yield percentage and scrap percentage, you will understand. Okay. 93 plus 7, it is 100%. Okay. For the first record, if you see the first record, so what we are able to see, the yield percentage out of 100%, okay, 93 percentage is the good percentage. Okay, yield percentage. 7% is the scrap material, scrap products. Okay, this is about the yield percentage and the scrap percentage. So next calculation, okay, we can go for, so how many hours effectively, okay, effectively working. Simply I can say effectively working of the machine. Okay, effective working hours of the machine. So what do we need to call this as? So we can call it as downtime, okay, downtime percentage, and also we can go for calculation some other things. Okay, how do we calculate the downtime percentage? So we already have the column called as downtime hours, okay, and also the production hours. So we can use these two columns, okay, downtime hours divided by production hours, we will get it. Okay, let me copy this. So let me copy this. Sum of downtime hours divided by production hours. So we would get production hours, then we get it as downtime percentage. Downtime PCT. PCT means percentage. Let me click on execute. So here it would also be the same thing. So we need to round this off and turn this into percentage. Okay, comma 2 multiplied by 100. So that we get it in the percentage. So this is downtime percentage. Okay, this is downtime percentage. And the next one is, okay, next one is cost variance. Okay, next one is cost variance. Cost variance. So what is the cost variance? Simple, I can say difference. In the layman terminology, difference between actual versus target. Versus target. So for example, we are expecting, okay, we are expecting 1000 marks. Okay, we are expecting, for example, so we are expecting 1000 marks, but someone only got, expected means expected target, everything is the same thing. So 900 marks, we got 900 marks. So there is a difference of 100 marks. So here also the same thing. Okay, here also it is the same thing. So what we can do, we can go for writing the standard cost, actual cost minus standard cost. Okay, we can go for writing actual cost minus standard cost. So I can directly go here. Oh, we need to, let me take this over here. Okay, So here we can go for sum of, okay, FP dot actual cost, FP dot, where is that actual cost? Okay, we did not give anything. Actual cost minus standard cost. Where is that standard cost? Here it is. Standard cost. Then we can go for, writing the cost variance as cost variance. Okay, let me execute this. Okay, so if you see 0.47, so we are also getting minus. Okay, maybe it is correct. Okay, this only few records are maintaining. Okay, correct. Okay, the price is 1,000, but we got, so the actual cost is less than the standard cost, then that is a good product. Okay, the cost is decreasing. Okay, in every business, if you take any business, okay, so what do they think? Okay, the cost should be low. So if we make any product, if the business make any product, that the cost of the product should be lower than the expect. Then if there is a difference in the price also, okay, if there is a change in the price also, the business, the gross margin of that business won't be affected, or whatever the profit that they are expecting, that wouldn't be losing. So that is the thing every business think. Okay, so this is about the cost variance. Okay, this is about the cost variance. The next thing is that, so we need to go for the units per production. Okay, we need to go for units per production hours. Units per production. Okay, so how many units are produced in 1 hour? Okay, how many units are produced in 1 hour? So how do we calculate that? Yes. Okay, how do we calculate that? So we can go for unit produced and we can take production hours simply. Only two things. Okay, units produced. So let me take sum of units produced divided by hours. Okay, so divided by hours. Okay, units produced divided by production hours. In 1 hour, how many units are produced? Simple. Okay, units per production as units per production. Let me click on execute. So if you take here, 23 units are produced. Okay, 23 units are produced. So you can ignore the decimal points. So we can round this off. Okay, we can round this off. So we can go for round, and at the end we can give the number of decimal points as 2, or we can change this into integer. Okay, we can change it into integer. So for now, let me go for 0. This session we discussed about the joining tables. So what did we discuss? We have been through the project documentation. So we studied the document. I mean, we got to know the requirement of the project, and we implemented those. So we inserted the data, but in real time, we do not insert any data. We use the data that we have in the database. So after that, we joined all the tables. So what are all the tables available? So we joined all the tables, and this is what the output that we got. So year, number, quarter. So we pulled the data from the date table, factory information. The next thing is that, so which state the factory or country, city the factory is, what is the plant type, okay, whether it is a components assembly, okay, if there are raw material, it is assembly or cell manufacturing. So if you see the batteries and all, so what is the business unit name, what is the segment, sub segment, so what is the product category, and these are all the information that we have in here. Okay, so what is the next step? So we need to implement. Okay, it doesn't have any data. Okay, I can simply say we can have it. So it doesn't have any measures. Okay, it doesn't have any measures. So what do we need to do? So we need to include all the measures, but we can't directly take. Okay, we can't directly take the measures. We need to implement some calculations. So what is the measures that we have? So we have the unit produced, unit goods, and all. So let us implement all those. Okay. So let us implement all those. So we can use sum of. Okay. We can use the standard sum of. So what do we have here? FP dot date key. Okay. I can go for writing FP dot units produced. Okay. Units produced. So what we can do, so if you want to get all the columns, so we can do one thing like, so do not worry about the database that we are using. So yesterday we discussed how to insert all the data into the database, the way we created. So I already implemented in the Panasonic new database. When you work on it, you implement in the new database. So let me go for production sales, production, yeah. So let me click on top 1000. So what we get all these columns, okay, units produced, all these. So Control C and paste it over here. So what do we need to do? So we just need to write sum of, okay, sum of unit produced. So we can go for writing as production volume, okay, production volume. And the next one, let me copy this. Okay, let me copy this. So it would be faster. Okay, let me copy directly over here. So, okay, let me close the bracket. So here we can go for naming this. Okay. So as we can go for good units, good units. Next one, unit scrap. Okay, how much scrap that we have? Okay, scrap units. Next one, production hours. Okay. The next one is production hours. Production hours. I want you to remember all these measures. Okay. You go through the business so that you will understand what they are expecting. Okay. Downtime hours. Downtime hours. And the next one is as, so we can go for standard cost. Standard cost. So we have seen that each and every company has some budget. Okay. So whatever the budget that we have, so for the business, that is called as a standard cost for manufacturing and actual cost. Okay, this is what we have it. So then let me execute whether we have got it or not. So we made one small mistake. Dimmed it. Okay, okay. So always remember what is this mistake? Okay. So when we use the sum, okay, when we use the sum aggregate function, any aggregate function, so what is the thing to remember is we need to group by. Okay, we need to group by. So let me take all the columns that we are using for the group by. Okay, so here what we can do after the joining, so we can go for writing group by. Okay, group by whatever the columns that we gave in the select statement, the dimension data. Okay, so we need to all add all the dimension data in here. Let me click on execute. Now we got it. Okay, now you see production volume, unit goods, scrap units, production hours, downtime hours, standard cost, actual cost. So this is what we have in the data. Okay, this is what we have in the data. We are just trying to add the sum of, and after that we are grouping by. So what do we have in here? If you see, so let's see what kind of a calculations that we need to do. Okay, where is that? Yeah, the first and foremost calculation that we need to use is yield percentage. Okay, so let me copy this. So let's see whether we have the calculation or not. Yield percentage, average yield. Where is the calculation? Don't we have the calculation part? We should have the calculation. Okay, maybe the calculation is missing. Okay, yield percentage. Okay, no problem. So what is the yield percentage? Let us go through the yield percentage. Okay. So unit produced divided by, okay, units goods divided by units produced. So that is yield percentage simply. So let me go for sum of what is that unit produced. Okay, not here. Okay, sum of units produced. So let me copy this. Sum of unit produced. Just a second. Okay, sum of unit produced divided by, okay, sum of unit goods. Sorry, sum of unit goods divided by sum of unit produced. Okay, how much the percentage? Okay, how much the yield that we are getting? Okay, what is that? So percentage of production that results in goods. Okay, how much percentage that we are getting? Okay, so where is that? Okay, so how much percentage? Okay, so unit produced, unit goods divided by units produced. So we can give the naming as yield percentage. Yield percentage. Okay, so here we got one error. Some, okay, divided by. Okay, let me execute. Okay, we are missing the comma. The general mistake that we regularly do. So we got the yield percentage. But the thing is that what do we have here? So 0.925233 something like this. Okay, we are getting more decimal points. Okay, and also this is not in the percentage, it is in the number. What do we need to do? Simple, straightforward. So let me round this off. Okay, so what is the function? Round. So we can round takes the column comma how much, how many decimal points that we need to get. Let me go for taking two decimals. Okay, and click on execute. Now if you see 0.93, okay, we are only getting two numbers. What is the next thing that we need to do? So we can do it. Okay, we can do it. So we can take it into, we can multiply. Simply we can multiply it with 100 so that we get the number 93, 94. Okay, these are all the percentage. And the next one is we need to take the scrap percentage. Okay, next one, we need to take the scrap percentage. So how much scrap? Okay, yield percentage means simple. So 1000 liters, the way we discussed, out of 1000 liters of water, okay, so 800 liters of water is purified and 200 liters are wastage, scrap water. We cannot use it. So same thing over here. So this is the yield percentage. How many units are produced? Okay, good units. So if you go for taking the scrap, so we need to take the scrap units and again the produced. Okay, scrap units and again produced. Let me copy this. Let me copy this. Let me paste it. Instead of unit goods, we can take the scrap units. So we can take the scrap units. So here I can write scrap percentage. Let me click on execute. Okay. So let me go here, 7%. If you see, you can see the yield percentage and scrap percentage, you will understand. Okay. 93 plus 7, it is 100%. Okay. For the first record, if you see the first record, so what we are able to see, the yield percentage out of 100%. Okay. 93% is the good percentage. Okay. Yield percentage. 7% is the scrap material, scrap products. Okay, this is about the yield percentage and the scrap percentage. So next calculation, okay, we can go for, so how many hours effectively, okay, effectively working. Simply I can say effectively working of the machine. Okay, effective working hours of the machine. So what do we need to call this as? So we can call it as downtime, okay, downtime percentage. and also we can go for calculation some other things. Okay, how do we calculate the downtime percentage? So we already have the column called as downtime hours. Okay, and also the production hours. So we can use these two columns. Okay, downtime hours divided by production hours, we will get it. Okay, let me copy this. So let me copy this. Sum of downtime hours divided by production hours. So we would get production hours, then we get it as downtime percentage. Downtime PCT. PCT means percentage. Let me click on execute. So here it would also be the same thing. So we need to round this off and turn this into percentage. Okay, comma 2 multiplied by 100. So that we get it in the percentage. So this is downtime percentage. Okay, this is downtime percentage. And the next one is, okay, next one is cost variance. Okay, next one is cost variance. Cost variance. So what is the cost variance? Simple, I can say difference. In the layman terminology, difference between actual versus target. Versus target. So for example, we are expecting, okay, we are expecting 1,000 marks. Okay, we are expecting, for example, so we are expecting 1,000 marks, but someone only got expected means expected target, everything is the same thing. So 900 marks, we got 900 marks. So there is a difference of 100 marks. So here also the same thing. Okay, here also it is the same thing. So what we can do, we can go for writing the standard cost, actual cost minus standard cost. Okay, we can go for writing actual cost minus standard cost. So I can directly go here. Oh, we need to, let me take this over here. Okay, so here we can go for sum of, okay, FP dot actual cost, FP dot, where is that actual cost? Okay, we did not give anything. Actual cost minus standard cost. Where is that standard cost? Here it is. Standard cost. Then we can go for, writing the cost variance as cost variance. Okay, let me execute this. Okay, so if you see 0.47, so we are also getting minus. Okay, maybe it is correct. Okay, this only few records are maintaining. Okay, correct. Okay, the price is 1,000, but we got, so the actual cost is less than the standard cost, then that is a good product. Okay, the cost is decreasing. Okay, in every business, if you take any business, okay, so what do they think? Okay, the cost should be low. So if we make any product, if the business make any product, that the cost of the product should be lower than the expect. Then if there is a difference in the price also, okay, if there is a change in the price also, the business, the gross margin of that business won't be affected, or whatever the profit that they are expecting, that wouldn't be losing. So that is the thing every business think. Okay, so this is about the cost variance. Okay, this is about the cost variance. The next thing is that, so we need to go for the units per production. Okay, we need to go for units per production hours. Units per production. Okay, so how many units are produced in 1 hour? Okay, how many units are produced in 1 hour? So how do we calculate that? Yes. Okay, how do we calculate that? So we can go for unit produced and we can take production hours simply. Only two things. Okay, units produced. So let me take sum of units produced divided by hours. Okay, so divided by hours. Okay, unit produced divided by production hours. In 1 hour, how many units are produced? Simple. Okay, units per production as units per production. Let me click on execute. So if you take here 23 units are produced. Okay, 23 units are produced. So you can ignore the decimal points. So we can round this off. Okay, we can round this off. So we can go for round, and at the end we can give the number of decimal points as 2, or we can change this into integer. Okay, we can change it into integer. So for now, let me go for 0. So this is about the units produced. Okay, units produced per hour. So we can go for units produced per hour. Okay, this is okay. Okay, so what is the next thing? Okay, what is the next thing? Yes, units produced, we calculated that. The next thing is that good units per hour. Okay, we need to calculate the good units per hour. So how many good units are produced per hour? Okay, how many good units are produced per hour? So here we can go for taking the same thing again. Okay, in place of unit produced, we can go for taking units. Okay, unit produced, we can go for good units. Simple. Okay, where is that good units? Yeah, here we can go for taking the. Okay, let me directly just take good units. Okay, so here we can go for writing as good units per hour. Good units per hour. So how many good units are produced? Again, out of 93 percentage, where is that? 93 yield percentage, how many good units are produced? So this is about the good units per produced. The next thing is that, okay, the next thing is that, so we need to go for plant efficiency. Okay, plant efficiency. Okay, plant efficiency. So if we go here, okay, how much efficient each and every plant is. Okay, so they would have some 85 percentage as the plant efficiency, if you see. Okay, so what is that? 100 minus downtime percent. Yeah, here we have the, where is that? Yield. Here we have the functions formulas. Okay, you can go through these formulas, general formulas. Okay, so if you see production plant efficiency percentage, 100 minus downtime percentage. Okay, 100 minus downtime percentage. So we can go for, instead of 100, we need to go for hours. We need to take the production hours, downtime hours. Okay, so what is that? We can go for, okay, the formula production hours, sum of production hours. Okay, what we are trying to calculate? We are trying to calculate, for example, so if you take one example, okay, the plant should work for 10 hours. Okay, but it only, this is 100%, it represents 100%, but the plant only worked for 8 hours, so probably it is 80 percentage. Okay, 100 minus 80 divided by 100. So this is the formula for calculating the percentage multiplied by 100. So we get the percentage. Okay, so here also we are doing the same thing. Okay, sum of production minus sum of downtime hours. So let me take the downtime. Where is the downtime? Downtime hours. Sum of downtime hours. Okay, divided by. So if you want to divide, if you want to apply the complete divide, what do we need to do? We need to put the whole, okay, numerator into the bracket. The whole numerator into the bracket. Then again, what do we need to do? So divided by 100. So we need to take the same sum of production hours. Sum of production hours. Okay. So let me execute first of all. So what kind of information? Now you see, so we are getting the value, but we need to convert this into 100, multiply it with 100. So multiply by 100. Let's see how we are going to get now we got the output. So we can make it as plant efficiency percentage. Plant efficiency percentage. Or we can also directly take what is the variance between these two. Okay. So I can also go for taking the variance. So what is the variance? So if you take 100 minus 80, 20 percentage. But if I go for taking the hourly, okay, 10 hours minus 8 hours, there is a difference of 2 hours. Okay, what is the difference between working hours? Okay, if an employee need to work for 10 hours in the organization, but that employee just logged out at 8 hours only. Okay, so there is a difference of 2 hours, so he needs to work. For example, if the employee is getting paid hourly, okay, per hour it is $10, 10 hours $100 every day, but that person only worked for 8 hours, only $80. So that's how the company also calculate the working hours and the salary that they are going to get paid every hour. So here also we can go for plant variance, plant hours, okay, working hours variance. Okay, don't worry about the naming. So this is our general normal naming. Okay, so we got the data 2.8 hours. There is a difference. Okay, there is a difference of 2.8 hours. So for 10 hours or 20 hours that they need to work, 2.80 hours is the difference. So that is the plant efficiency and working hours. Okay, so we calculated all this. Okay, the calculations are completed. That plant is produced. So how many of them are out of 1,000 products? How many of them are good units? Okay, after passing the quality, how many of them are good units, and what is the scrap units? How many of them are going into the scrap? Okay, what is the main motto of the organization or any manufacturing company is to reduce the scrap. Okay, is to reduce the scrap. For example, if you make anything, okay, if you cut any vegetable, for example, if you are running a restaurant, okay, so the restaurant got the vegetables, fruits, okay, so out of 1 kg vegetable, if 20 percentage is waste, okay, the rotten tomatoes or any defected potatoes, okay, so they need to throw that. So what that restaurant thinks, okay, every day they are getting 100 kgs of vegetables. Out of 100 kgs, the scrap unit is scrap vegetables are 10 percentage, okay, 10 kgs. So what do they think? So they are paying per hour, per kg they are paying some amount. For example, 1,000 rupees they are paying for 100 kg. Okay, so 100 rupees is waste of, is they are spending on the waste percent, waste vegetables. So they need to reduce that 100 rupees. They need to reduce whatever the product that they are buying from any company or any organization, any business they are selling. They would make this lesser than they expect. Every company they would have some threshold. Okay, what is that threshold? 5 percentage, less than 5 percentage. The scrap unit should always be less than 5 percentage. Even the vegetables that they buy, that should always be less than 5 percentage. In the restaurant, less than 5 percentage. The scrap should be less than 5 percentage. The good units should always be 95 percentage. Okay, this is the threshold they maintain. Okay, so that is the scrap percentage. How many units are failing going through the quality? Next one, production hours. Okay, hours machine was in the production. So they expect, okay, in 24 hours, how many hours that the plant or the machine should work. So every 3 hours it should go for break. Okay, every 4 hours it should go for break. In an hour, how many units it should produce? Okay, downtime hours. So how many hours due to some failure in the power? Okay, due to some uh, what do you say, leakage, due to some spillage, due to some lack of the labor in the plant. So there would be like downtime hours that the machine is not turned on or turned off, and standard cost. Okay, what is this? Expected or budget cost. Okay, in 1,000 rupees, okay, what do they think? In 1,000 rupees, I should make these many products. In $1,000, the plant should make these many units. But when they are running in the production, okay, what is the actual cost? Yes, it is not the $1,000. Now it is $1,200. Okay, now it is $1,200. Okay, next one is yield percentage. So how many units are good percentage, good products? How many of them are percentage? Yes, we are calculating the unit in the percentages. What is the downtime percentage? What is the cost variance? What is the unit produced per hour? How many units are produced? Out of these, how many of them are good units? And what is the plant efficiency? Okay, so this is what we have in the data. We built all this. Okay, we built all this. The next thing is that, okay, next thing is that we need to pull this into the Power BI. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to pull this into the Power BI. So I do not want, okay, most of the companies, what do they think? Okay, so we do not want these completely, okay, these to be completely pulled into Power BI. I want this, I want to build the view on top of it. Okay, we would like to build the view on top of it so that we can directly pull the view into Power BI. And one more thing here, for example, for example, divided by sum of production hour, if the production hour is 0, okay, the denominator becomes 0. For example, if we are trying to divide it by one of the measures, so if the denominator becomes 0, we are going to get some error like divided by 0 or infinity or 0 error. So in order to overcome that, what we can do? So we can write null if. We have a function called as null if. So what do we do in the null if? Okay, we close the bracket and we are going to make it comma, okay, comma 0. So what happens here? So null if take, if the production hours is 0, make it 0. Okay, if the production hour is null, for example, what is null if? If the production hour is blank, okay, make it into 0 so that we will not be getting any errors. 0 divided by error or value divided by 0 error or value divided by blank error. So we can overcome this. So this is about the complete query. So what is the next step that we need to do? We need to build the view. So what happens when we build the view? So it will be stored somewhere. CTs are like temporary running of the query. View is like that the data or the query will be stored as a view. Okay, so what do we do? Create view. Okay, create view, and we will try to create the view. We need to give the name of the view. So dbo dot, okay, view underscore. So we are using it for the Power BI. Okay, underscore factory production or manufacturing or production summary. Production summary. Summary. Okay, production summary. So we are trying to create the view. So here we will name this as pages. Okay, when we run this, okay, when we run this, it would be stored as a view. So let me run it. Okay, let me run it. Let me click on execute. Yes, the query is successfully completed. Now what do we need to do? We need to run this. Okay, select to star from the view name. Automatically we get, there is no need of running the complete query. Automatically we get the query, the output. And if you want to see that, go to Object Explorer under the database. Okay, whether under the database, if you expand, okay, let us see that. Let me click on connect. So let me expand the views. Okay, if you see what is that we created, if you see Power BI underscore factory production summary. Okay, double Y. We created with double Y. Okay, yes, the view is created. So what do we need to do? Now we need to open Power BI and get the view into Power BI. So let me open into the Power BI. Okay. So let me unmute you. Yeah. Any doubts till now? Any doubts?
Sir, once say about the roundup concept, sir.
Roundup is so simple. Okay. So round is okay, round. So round takes two parameters, number or column, comma, how many decimals that we need to have. 99.8989, for example, I gave number like this. So let me go for two numbers. After the decimal, there are how many are there? 987878. Okay. There are around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 numbers after the point. So if I go for select, okay, if I go for this, let me click on execute. Okay, how many numbers are there? 99.99. Okay, the numbers are gone. Okay, it is rounding off the values. So this is the concept of round.
Okay, sir. అంటే ఓన్లీ నెంబర్స్ మాత్రం చూపించదా సార్?
Numbers and columns, any column that we take, the decimal numbers. Any other doubt?
సార్ ఫంక్షన్స్ని డైరెక్ట్గా డివైడ్ చేస్తున్నాం కదా, అట్లాంటప్పుడు ఎర్రర్ రాదా రెండు ఫంక్షన్స్ని ఒకేసారి చేసినప్పుడు?
Let's see that. What is the error that we are going to get? Let's see that. What is the error that we are going to get? Okay. So now we are in the Power BI. What is the next step that we need to do? Okay. The next step is, okay, the next step is, so we need to click on get data and SQL Server. For example, you want to, okay, let us not directly get into the Power BI. Okay, we build the query. For example, we build the query. What is the next step? We need to do some, what do you say? Test the data. Okay, whatever the data that we have, we need to just test the data. How do we test the data? For example, you see the raw data that we have. So what do we do if you want to validate the data? Data validation. Okay, we are trying to check whether the data is matching with the Excel file that given by the client or not. So what do we do? We generally go to insert, click on the pivot table. Let me click on OK. So what do? We go for, let me go for year number. Let me do overall. Okay, overall, just, okay, let me go for taking the production volume. Okay, production volume. And then let me take the good units. So how many units are produced? Okay, let me try with these two. So what do we do? What do we need to do here? So we also need to do the same thing. Okay, select. So we need to go for where. Okay, we need to go for what did we take in the pivot table? The year and the sum of goods. Okay, so let me go for taking the same thing. In place of star, let me go for year. Okay, not year. So what is the column that we have here? So year number. Okay, let me go for taking year number. And let me check whether it is working or not. Yes, year number, we are getting year number. So what do we need to do? So we need to go for another one. So if you want to check the data, comma, sum of, okay, sum of what is that? Units produced, not units. What did we take? Volume. So let me take the volume, production volume. Production volume. And the next one is, goods units. Good units. Sum of good units. Okay. So here what do we need to do? We need to go for again group by, okay, there is group by year number. So let me execute this. Okay. Now what we got? We got the value. Okay. So let me take this over here, whether it is working or not. Okay. 2020. So how do you validate in the real time also? Okay. You see, this is how we validate in the real time. 48760. Yes, it is working fine. 4 in the sum of unit goods, 45889. Yes. 2021, 54424, 51281. Yes, right. 2025, 48854, 45948. Yes, it is working fine. Okay. Yes, we validated the data. Okay. Just sanity check whether it is working or not, whether the values are matching with the Excel file given by the client or not. Yes, this is how we test the data. Now let me take this off. Now let us connect from the Power BI. So click on Get Data, click on SQL Server. What we are trying to do, we build the query, okay, in the SQL Server or in the database. Now we checked, we tested the data, we validated the data with the client's data. Okay, it is working fine. Then we are trying to pull the data, the same data into Power BI. So what do we do? Instead, what we regularly follow. So previously, if you see, we used to get all these, okay, from group by complete, okay, control C and control V. Instead of doing that, what we have did, okay, we can directly take the view. Okay, we can directly take the view. So let me go for select star from, okay, this view, and let me go for the sum, let me go for the server name. Okay, so click on the connect, we get the server name. So let me go here, server name. Next, database. So we will go for taking the database. What is that database? Panasonic new. You can build it. Okay, you can build it. Let me click on OK. Okay, so it is giving some error. Let me click on. So it is throwing some error. Okay, let me click on edit permission. So let me go for getting the data here again. So what is that? Server name. Add the server name. Next one is we can go for sorry, production summary. Select star from production summary. Okay, and again, if you see here, there are two options available. Okay, connectivity mode, import mode, or direct query mode. Now let us go with the import mode only. Okay, now you see we got the data. Okay, now you see we got the data. Let me click on load. There is no need of data transformation. We can directly connect here. Okay, now the data is loaded. So if you are in the import mode, we can see the data in the table view. We can go to table and we can see the data over here. Okay, now you see we got all the data over here. Okay, the complete data. Okay, so where is that yield percentage, scrap percentage, okay, downtime percentage? Yes, we got the good time data. Okay, plant efficiency, we got it. So you can just check. Okay, so let me go here. So we also need to check the same thing. Okay, how do we check? Click on the table. So overall value that we need to check. We can go for taking the year number. Okay, so we need to say don't summarize. And here what do we need to take? We need to take the production volume and the units. Production volume, units. Where is the units? What is the name that we gave over here? Units. Good units. Yeah, it is the name is good units. Okay, so let me increase the font size. So once we pull the data, we need to do again check whether the data is correct or not. Okay, go to Excel. Okay, so if you see here 2020, yes, we got the data 312280293931. Yes, we got the data. That is working fine. Okay, so this is how we pull the data into Power BI. So once we pull the data into Power BI, what is the next thing that we need to do? Whatever the measures that we have, actual cost, cost variance, okay, we need to create the measures. Okay, so these are all called as implicit measures. Okay, this is an implicit measure. This is an implicit measure with the summation symbol that you see. This is the implicit measures. These are all the implicit measures. On top of these measures that we are getting from the data, we need to create the sum of measures, all these. So what do we need to implement? We need to create the measures. Right click, new measure, actual cost, sum of actual cost. So let me write actual cost equal to sum of actual cost. Close the bracket, click on enter. Yes, we created. The next one is cost variance. Right click, new measure, cost variance equal to sum of cost variance. Close the bracket, click on enter. Okay. The next thing is that downtime hours. So let me click on new measure again. Okay. Downtime hours equal to sum of downtime hours. Okay, we get the downtime hours. Okay, the next thing is that downtime percentage, no need to create any downtime percentage, but let me add downtime percentage into this table, whether we are getting or not. So we are getting, but it is in the number. Okay, downtime hours, downtime percentage, we are getting in the number. So what do we need to do? We need to click on the percentage. Okay, so we made it into the percentage, and let me add downtime percentage. So we are getting, but we are getting the huge number. Okay, the percentage is getting huge number. So we should not get like that. The percentages should not be getting like that. So if I go for the table, so we are getting the complete value, which is not plant efficiency 327 percentage. We can convert it into the percentage. Okay, but we are getting a different value. The thing is that what, okay, let me not summarize this. Or let me take any percentage. Do we have any percentage? No, we do not have any percentage. Okay, don't summarize. Okay, for few it is working, giving, okay, we are getting more than percentages. Okay, let me increase the font size, make it into 15. Okay, if you see 152 percentage, 153 percentage, 9498 percentage. Okay, so what is the issue? If they ask you in the interview, what is the problem or the issue that you faced when you are working on the calculations in the SQL or in the Power BI, you should say that. So there are percentages. Okay, in the SQL, I implemented the percentage calculations in the SQL. But when I pulled the data into Power BI, that percentage is turned into the summarization, sum of percentages. So that is not giving, that is not working on the individual percentage, individual row by row percentage. So this is the issue that I faced. But then I realized that I should not be implementing the percentage or the division in the SQL server. So I should be implementing in the measures. Okay, what do we need to do? Whatever the percentages that we created, we need to implement in the Power BI. You should explain the same thing in the interview. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to create all the measures except the percentages. We need to create the measures for others. Right click, again new measure. We can go for good units. Okay, we can go for good units equal to sum of, okay, good units. Close the bracket. Next one, good units per hour. Right click again, new measure. Good units per hour equal to sum of good units per hour. Yes, we created. Okay, so what do we have? The next one, production hours. right click, new measure. So let us create production hours equal to sum of production hours. Let me click on enter. The next one is production volume, new measure, production volume equal to sum of production volume. Close the bracket, we get error. So we need to rename this. Give some space. Yes, we got it. Next one, scrap percentage. No, we will not be getting scrap units. Okay. Scrap units equal to, sorry, sum of scrap units. Scrap units. Okay. Next one is standard cost. Right click, new measure. Yes, whatever the calculations that we have in the data, we need to create the measures on top of it. Okay. So what is that? Standard cost equal to sum of standard cost. Close the bracket. Okay. Next one, units per production hour. A new measure. Units per production hour equal to sum of units per production hour. Close the bracket. Yes, we created all the measures. You need to ignore the year, month key, year number. Okay, all these. So what is the next step that we need to do? The next step is, okay, the next step is we need to create the percentage calculations. Okay, we need to create the percentage calculation. So I would like to end the session. So let us connect tomorrow at the same time. So let's see, we can complete the remaining calculation, the percentage calculation, and we will implement the visualization. Okay. Yes, Lakshmi, yes, we used a different view, but the thing is that, so we already, I mean, that is for your practice. So I already built the view. So that is the reason I used that. Previous session, we discussed about the query part. So what did we discuss? We discussed about the query part. So we have completed the query. Okay, if you see. So what did we do? We created the view. I mean, we joined the tables. First thing, what did we do? We joined all the tables. Then whatever the columns are required, so we pulled all the required columns. Okay, and we also implemented the division part. We also implemented the calculation part. And on top of it, what did we do? We created a view. So by using the command called as create view, simple, straightforward. Create view, name of the view, AS. So we are trying to give the name as, okay, whatever we have it in the select statement till here, okay, this would be stored in the view. Okay, this would be stored in the view. Then what do we do after that? So we simply, it will be stored again. Okay, so this is a table. So most of the companies or most of the practical, so people follow this. This is a general format that regularly followed. So what do we do? Select star from the view name. So we get the information or whatever the table, whatever the data that we have in this view. So we get the data, and also we can simply copy this from Power BI. So in the earlier session, the one which we discussed, we click on SQL Server and we can get the data. So if you see in the previous session, we faced some problem. Okay, with the division, we faced some problem. Okay, so before we jump into the issue, so let us see what kind of a data that we have. I mean, the columns that we have. Okay, let us understand. So there is a difference between, so I would like to explain the terminology. Okay, so we have like a data analyst, BI developer. Okay, we also have a BI consultant, or general fabric consultant, fabric consultant. So what is a developer? Developer is like whatever the domain that you take, whatever the programming language that you take, developer means, Okay, developer means writing the code and developing the project. Okay, but here the next thing is that consultant. Okay, so what is a consultant means? Okay, whatever the domain that you take, if you see something like consultant, okay, Java consultant. I mean, we do not have Java consultant, but if you take any consultants, okay, BI consultant or data analyst hyphen consultant, okay. So if you see something like that, so consultant means, okay, in the BI consultant, understanding the business. Okay, what is that? Understanding the business. So what does it mean? So developer, okay, whatever the development that he needs to do, that he or she needs to do, so the person would do. But consultant need to understand the business also. Okay, so what is the business? What is the core concept? What is the core concept? So what are the deliverables? Okay, what are all the deliverables? So what are all the SLAs? Okay, agreements. So what are all the deadlines? So these are all needs to understand by the consultant. Okay, so we would understand the business. Okay, we are also called as a consultant plus developers. So we understand the business, we understand the deliverables, we go through the deadlines, and we deliver it to the clients. So this is about the developer and the consultant. So if you see here, now if you see, now let us go through the data or the columns that we have, because before we directly jump into any development, what do we need to do? We need to understand the columns. Columns represents the business data. Okay, columns represents the business data. So each and every column or each and every attribute is important to understand, to implement. So we do not know the parameters, or we do not know which column is useful in the prediction or in the analysis part. So if you see here, what kind of a column do we have? So we have year number, quarter number, number, month name, year month key. So what do? We create a key, okay, based on the year by year and month format. So that what we can do, we can combine. I mean, so if you remember from the data modeling part, we created a key which is a common column between two tables. So to make the uniqueness, okay, so like that we will also create some keys, and we also have a factory key which is a surrogate key for factory, and we also have a factory code. Okay, it's a code, factory name, name of the factory, which city, country, region. So we have Asia, Europe, and North America. And the next one, plant type. So whether it is an assembly or electronics. Division code. This is the main thing. So what is the division code over here? So each and every organization has some main criteria, category, subcategory. Okay, if you take food, beverages. Okay, any food and beverage. Food and beverages is like a division unit. Under the division unit, we would have the category. Okay, under the food, what do we have? Snacks, food products. Okay, snacks. Under the beverages, we would have the drinks. Okay, and the next one is subcategory. Okay, next one is subcategory, and the next one is product category. So the name of the product, end product, and technology name. So what is the manufacturing technology type? Production volume. So how many units are being produced? Good units. So how many good units are produced? After checking out of 1,000, so we go through, I mean, the business go through, not the business, the plant managers or the quality check people, they check the quality of the products, the units produced. Then what do they do? Yes, based on the parameters, based on the attributes, based on the metrics, okay, based on the threshold, based on the saturation point, okay, out of some feedback, okay, 5 rating or 4 rating or 10 ratings. So they classify whether it is a good unit or the scrap units. So that is good units and scrap units. And after that, production hours. So how many hours the machine worked, and in the 24 hours, what are all in the working hours of the machine? So how many hours are downtime? Okay, due to the spillage, due to the repair, due to the labor shortage, due to the electricity, due to the power consumption. Okay, so how many are downtime hours? Because why downtime hours are important? So how effectively the machine is working. So that is the reason. So they have the targets. So in 10 hours, so they need to produce. Okay, the machine needs to produce. But out of 10 hours, if the machine did not work for 2 hours, so that's a drawback. And the next one is standard cost. Most of the companies in the world, they are running behind the standard cost. Okay, business, especially the product based companies. Okay, expected or budget cost per run. Okay, so I have some budget for traveling, for example. So in $1,000, I need to travel to a place. So this is my standard cost. But actual cost, okay. So after $1,000, I tried. Okay, I lost. I completely spent my $1,000, but then I took off my credit card and I swiped some amount, $200. $1,200 is my actual cost. So what is the difference? $200 is the difference. Next one is yield percentage. Okay, so it is like a good units divided by production volume. So how much percentage efficient, efficiency, simple. So good units in percentage, that's it. Okay, here we get the number, here we get the percentage. Okay, so if you take 1,000 is the score. Out of 1,000, 800 marks I got. If I take it into percentage, 80 percentage, simple. Okay, and again, scrap percentage, downtime percentage, cost variance. Variance is like a, simply remember, variance is a statistic terminology. So variance is nothing but the difference between anything, the difference between the actual versus standard cost, actual versus business plan, actual versus target. So it is the deviation. Okay, I can simply say the deviation between the actual versus target. Next one, unit per production hour. How many units are being produced? Okay, per hour. So again, the next one, good units per hour, plant efficiency percentage. So out of 10 hours, how effectively the plant worked. Okay, so this is about the data that we have in the from the manufacturing operation performance dashboard. So the next thing, okay, now let us jump into the issue that we got. Okay, one of the interview questions regularly they would ask you to test whether you are a real-time employee or not. Yes, you worked on the project. Did you face any issue in the measures or in the development or in the data modeling or in the data transformation or in the SQL server or in the database? So what do you say? Okay, if you get such kind of a questions, so you would try to answer. Okay, so in the server we implemented the division. Okay, you would say that. Okay, so I calculated. Okay, I calculated some divisions. So unit per production hour, or I calculated the plant efficiency percentage. But when I pulled the same query into Power BI, so we did not receive that percentages correctly. Okay, so that is the issue that I faced. So that is the issue I faced. Then what I decided, I tried implementing the same formulas, same calculations in the Power BI. So that is the, so you need to explain the same thing in the interview. So now let me rename this as production analytics. So for production, so I'm trying to rename the query into production analytics or whatever, manufacturing operations. So let me try production analytics. So I just renamed it. So what do we need to do now? So we need to go for the percentage calculations. Okay, now we need to go for percentage calculations. First, let us go with average downtime percentage. Okay, first, whatever the percentages that we have from the data set or from the query, it is not working fine. So we can also go through the data. Okay, and we can. So if you see the percentages, so it did not work perfectly. Okay, row by row, it did not work. Okay, what is the issue we are facing? So percentages did not work correctly. Okay, the percentages did not work percentage. Let me make it into general and see. So how does it work? Okay, we are getting right. Okay, 6.28, but let me check Okay, 0.06. Okay, 12.7. Okay, so let us ignore that. So let me also turn this into general. Okay, 93. So whether we are getting 3 digits or not, let me check. Okay, so what I'm trying to do, so I'm just trying to make this into general. Okay, the percentage is into general. Okay, yes, we made the percentages into general, or we can also go for calculations. Okay, so what do we do now? First, let us go through the calculation of average downtime percentage. Okay, average downtime percentage, but let us calculate the average plant efficiency. Okay, so right click, new measure. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to calculate the plant efficiency. So in order to calculate the plant efficiency also we will calculate, but for now let us go with average plant efficiency. Okay, you understand the concept. Do not worry about what do you say, the terminology and all. So you understand the concept, and once you practice you will understand the core concept. Okay, this is what the concept. So when you work in the, when you get hired and you work in the, you get the project in the organization, so you can use some of these models or some of these kind of calculations in the project. So it would be easy for you to implement. So what we are trying to do here, so we are trying to go for variables. We are trying to create a variable. VAR represents that we are trying to create a variable. So what is the variable if you ask me? So in our school days, we studied that x equal to 10, y equal to 20. And what do we used to do? So in the calculation, okay, in the mathematics, in the calculation, we used to do x plus y. Okay, x plus y. So what does it mean? X is holding the number 10. Y is holding the number 10. So every time there is no need of writing 10 plus 20, 10 minus 20, 10 divided by 20 like that. So what do we do? In the critical calculations, okay, when we are trying to repeat some calculations, so there is no need of writing the main columns directly. So what we can do? We can create a variable so that the variable can hold the calculations, whatever the calculations that we are trying to do. Okay, so what do we do here? We are trying to create the effect percentage. Okay, effect percentage, efficiency percentage equal to. So what we are trying to do? So let me take the average function. Okay, average x function. So if you remember from the DAX session, so we discussed that any function that comes with the suffix x, okay, x represents the expression. X, when you see a function with x, that come with two parameters, that is table comma expression. In the table what we can do? Production analytics comma, in the expression what we can do, we can go for writing divide function. Why do we use divide? Divide is a safe function which is used to find, which has ability to handle divide by zero case. Okay, so in the numerator we will go for production hours. Okay, production hours minus, okay, downtime hours comma. So in place of divide we are using, I mean divide symbol we are using comma, and what do we do? Production hours. Production hours. Okay, production hours comma 0. Yes, if something is 0, okay, if something divided by 0 or blank, it will be giving the alternate value as 0. Okay, close the bracket. Okay, multiply it with 100 so that we get it in the percentage. Okay, so what do we do here? So the variable comes with, okay, between and, how is the combination? To and fro the combination. Okay, here also with variable we have a combination called as return. Okay, return. So what we are trying to do, we can directly leave like that. Okay, we can directly leave like that, but what we are trying to do, we will round this off. Okay, round this off, effective percentage, to 2 decimals. Simple, don't worry about. Okay, simple, don't worry about. The function round is the function which takes two variables, two parameters, that is the number and how many number of decimals that we need. Okay, we are going to take two decimals. Yes, we created average plant efficiency. For example, if you want to create the plant efficiency or efficiency percentage, what we can do, we can directly take these. Okay, we can directly take these. Okay, average or plant efficiency percentage. Next thing is that let us go with average scrap percentage. Okay, how much average the scrap percentage is. Okay, let me go with a new measure. Okay, so let me go for average scrap percentage equal to. So we will directly go with the divide function. It is so straightforward. Divide. Okay, in the numerator we can go for scrap units. Okay, scrap units, comma. So in the denominator, we can go for production volume. Production volume. Okay, comma 0. We can close the bracket. Okay, so we will get the average scrap percentage. Or we can also go for, so we can directly write, instead of writing this, so we can also go for average. Okay, we can also directly use average function. And here what we can do, scrap. Okay, scrap units, comma, close the bracket, comma, and we can go for taking the production volume. Production volume. Okay, didn't we create the production volume? I think good units, I think. Okay, good units, but we have the production volume. Yeah, production volume. Yes, production volume, comma 0, close the bracket. So what did we do? We created the scrap percentage. The next thing is that we can create the average yield percentage. Okay, right click, new measure. Okay, so we can go for creating the average. Okay, yield percentage. So how much average? Okay, the efficiency of the plant. So here also we can go for average X. So what do? We go for the production analytics, comma, yield percentage. Direct straightforward, we can go for taking the yield percentage. Close the bracket. Okay, so we calculated that. So I think all we calculated cost. Okay, we will see that one by one. So we will see that. So we also have the cost variance. Do we have the cost variance? Yes, we have the cost variance. Okay, so okay, I think we already have the cost variance. So the next thing is that let us go with the cost variance percentage. How much percentage? Okay, whatever the value that we see, so we are trying to represent in the percentage. That's it. Okay, so cost variance percentage equal to, so divide, okay, actual cost minus standard cost, comma, which is divided by standard cost, comma 0. Okay, so this is the percentage. Okay, this is the percentage of the cost variance. Okay, and the next one is downtime percentage. Yes, we already calculated, we have the downtime hours. Now let us calculate the downtime percentage. Okay, downtime percentage. Right click, new measure. Okay, so here what do we do? So downtime percentage equal to, okay, divide. Okay, divide is sum of downtime hours. Okay, downtime hours, comma. So we can go for production hours. Close the bracket. Production. Don't we have that? Production hours. Production hours. Yes. Production hours, comma 0. Click on enter. Okay. So here what do we need to do? We also need to implement the sum. Okay. So sum we need to implement. Close the bracket. So what is the issue? Production hours cannot be found. Production analytics. Do we directly have the production hours? Yeah, we already have the production hours. So let me take production hours. Oh, sum of production hours. Yes. So let me implement that. Okay. We just have some issue with the column. Yeah. So now let me close, execute this. Okay. Do we have? No. One extra bracket that we got. Okay. Yes. So we calculated downtime percentage. So next one is efficiency. Okay. Next one is efficiency. So efficiency we have seen. So from the average plant efficiency, we can take these. Okay. Divide. Okay. And also we can directly right click, new measure. So we can rename this as efficiency. Okay. Efficiency percentage equal to, click on enter. That's it. Okay. So what is the issue? Production analytics, production hour, or we can directly do one thing. Okay. Instead of taking the columns, we can directly take, okay, we can directly take the measures, divide. So what is the numerator? Production hours. Okay. Production hours minus downtime hours. Okay. Comma, which is divided by production hours. So if you want to use the measures, use the brackets, square brackets, and production hours, comma 0. Click on enter. Okay. The efficiency is calculated. Okay. Efficiency is calculated. So what is this efficiency? This is just efficiency percentage. And also we have plant efficiency percentage. I think plant efficiency percentage is also the same thing. Okay. I can directly go for taking plant efficiency percentage. So how well the plant worked? Okay. How well the plant worked? Let's see if we have any other percentages. Scrap percentage, scrap unit, scrap percentage. We have the scrap percentage. Now let us, okay, let us also calculate. Let me also calculate the scrap percentage. Okay. Let us also calculate the scrap percentage. Right click, new measure, scrap percentage equal to, okay. So we can directly go for divide scrap units divided by production volume. Simple. Scrap units, okay, divided by production volume. Okay, comma 0. Simple. How much is the scrap percentage? Yes, I think 90% we created the measures. Okay, 90% we created the measures. So let me also calculate the yield percentage. Okay, sometimes when we pull the percentage into the visuals, it doesn't work. Okay, so that is the reason we would use unit, good units, comma, production volume. Production volume, comma 0. Yes, we created that. Okay, so now the data analysis part is almost completed. Okay, we completed 95% of the calculations, but when we require few calculations, we would also implement the calculations in the further. Okay, so this is about the calculations. Okay, the data analysis part is completed. So what is the next thing? Okay, what is the next thing? So the next thing is that the data visualization part. Okay, the next thing is that data visualization. For the data visualization, if you want to see, so we have a production intelligence report that is already been given by the client. Okay, we already received the data from the client stating that, okay, this is the raw data. The raw data, we searched all these columns in the database. We found all these columns. We joined all the tables, the required tables. We implemented the calculations. We pulled the data. We created the view. We pulled the same view into Power BI. We implemented the analysis part. Now the next step is the data visualization. So we have the raw data. Maybe the raw data can also be used in the analysis part. Okay, they have this. What do they do? So they can go for the pivot table. They okay. So they can go for the command. Okay, maybe. Okay, let me not select anything. Okay, maybe I selected the first row. So that is the reason. Now what do they do? So they take the year number and they go for downtime percentage. Okay, in the year 2020, the downtime percentage is 94. 2022, 103, which is not correct. Okay, and it is also giving the grand total. Okay, you can ignore it. There is a variation. Okay, there is a variation in the 2022. So they do some analysis or they take it off. Cost variance. Okay, if you see out of all the year, the cost variance is more in the year 2024. Okay, so like that, they go for some analysis in the Excel. But let us ignore that raw data. The first one is executive dashboard. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to create the executive dashboard. Okay, so let me directly copy this, copy the same name. Let us also create the executive dashboard, but let us create it in a different way. Okay, let me double click and give the name. Okay, let me double click and give the name executive dashboard, or we can also go for summary, or we can also rename this as overview. Whenever you implement in the interview, they would also ask you what kind of a in the report, what kind of a pages did you create? Okay, so you need to remember that. Okay, in the first page we created this, in the second page we have the production volume, in the third page we have so and so. Okay, so always remember, when we work on any report, the first and foremost thing to remember, in the first page should contain overview of the project. What does it mean? Overview of the project. So when the client open, okay, when the client opens the report, the first page should contain complete information about the project. Okay, complete information about the project. So what does it mean, complete information? So maybe it is in the table view, maybe it is in a matrix view. So the client should see the complete whatever the data that is existing related to the project, he should see. In the next page, we will go for specifically looking into the analysis part. Okay, from the second page, whatever the dashboard or the visuals that we have in here, we would also implement the same thing. Okay, here, so how do we create that? Okay, how do we create that? So basically, most of them take table and they add all the data in here. But the thing is that the table sometimes doesn't work. So what client requirement is, dynamically when he selects the slicer, whatever the column that he selects in the slicer, that attribute or that column should be added in the visual. Okay, how can we implement that? Let us see that. Okay, how can we implement? Let us see that. Let me take a matrix visual. Okay, let me take a matrix visual. Okay, all right. So in the matrix, what I'm trying to do, I would like to add the region in the rows. Okay, matrix contains rows, columns, and the values. So what do I do? Let me increase the font size. Font size. Okay, and let me go for increasing the size, 16. So here, what do I do? I would add the standard cost, for example. Okay, but the client is thinking, I have seen the analysis based on the region wise standard cost. I would like to see by the country also. Okay, he's also thinking that country. Okay, when country is added under the region, so what does he do? So the client would increase or goes to the next level. Again, he thought, okay, only the country. I would like to see it by the category name. Okay, so he's thinking, the client is thinking, why can't I see the complete data by category only? So as a developer, we have the editing option to edit the data. But how can the client select dynamically? So in order to do that, we have a concept called as field parameters. Okay, so we have a concept called as field parameters. So we can go to modeling. So what do we do here? We click on the new parameter, click on the fields. Okay, in the field, what do? We create two fields for the dimension data, one field for the dimension data, another field for the fact data. Okay, what does it mean? I would add the category code, category name, city, country, division unit name, and the next one is factory code, factory name, month number, plant type, product name, code. Next one, region. Next one, subcategory name, technology code, technology type, month, year. So I added that. And the next one is add slicer to this page. So it is asking, do we need to add? So let me click on create. So let me name this as dim. Okay, let me click on create. Okay, let me click on create. So what happened here? So this is the query, this is the code, this is the measure behind the field parameters. Did we write all this? No. So what does it mean? So this is the name that we are trying to give. This is the name of is the parameter it takes, the column, comma, the sequence number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It represents the alignment of the column. Okay, after category, what should come? 0 means first position, second, okay, like that. So we have it. Okay, so let me put it onto the left side. Okay, let me put it onto the left side. So hi all, welcome to Data Analytics and BI. So now let us discuss about continuation of the project. So we started with executive summary or whatever the summary. So if you see, so in the production intelligence report, whatever we have it in the Excel, so we are trying to replicate, or it's not about always we try to replicate, but sometimes what do? We try to give the similar information, okay, same kind of information in the Power BI. We may or may not get the same kind of a view, but we will try to give the same similar dashboard or similar information. So what do we do now? So let us add from the parameter. So let me add the parameter into the rows, and from the parameter 2, let me add this into the values. So what did we do? We created two parameters, that is one for dimension data and another for the rows. Okay, let me write. So if you want me to change, we can change the name to rows. Okay, this is for the rows, parameter rows. Okay, and the next one we can add it as a measures. Okay, one is for the parameter rows and another one is for the parameter measures. So what we dynamically, so what do we need to do now? So let us add the slicer. Okay, so let me go here to the general and to the effects. Have the visual border, turn on the visual border, so that we will see the separation, or we will see the lines of the borders of the visual, so that we get to know what is the separation. Okay, what do we need to do now? The next thing is that take the slicer. Okay, take the slicer and add the slicer. Okay, whatever we have it in the parameter rows, okay, add it over here and expand it. Yes, we added business unit. Okay, whatever we have it, okay, we haven't changed it. So you can ignore the name changes. Okay, you can ignore the name. So I just made a couple of changes. You can go with whatever the changes that we did. Okay, let me change the name to rows and go to the format your visual, go to general, expand the effects, and if you want to add any background, background color, I can go and add any light colors. Okay, if you see any light colors. So I can add any light colors. Yes, we have added the light color to this slicer. Okay, to this slicer. And let me also go here, go to general effects and turn on the visual border. And we can also give it 5 is the rounded corner. Yes, we added that. So if you want to make any changes, yes, we can go for changing the color coding. So accordingly, so let me copy the hex color. Okay, so what we can do, we can go to general effects, we can copy paste the hex coloring. Okay, now we got the color changed. And what is the next thing? So we need to add the same thing. Thus the measure over here. Okay, let me copy this and let me paste it over here. But this time let us not add the bigger one. So let me add the measure data in here. Okay, let me add the measure data over here. Okay, this is about the measures. Let me rename this as measures. Okay, so we can increase and decrease the size. We can go to slicer setting, selection, make it select all. And let us go to the slicer header and increase or decrease the font size. Okay, font, we can increase and decrease the font size. Okay, we can increase and decrease the font size. So this is about the slicer measure. So let me move little above. So what is the next thing that we need to implement? The next thing is that when we want to, let me decrease this little bit. Okay, so the client or the user need, if the person need to filter the data. Okay, so the client needs to filter the data. So for example, if I click on factory name, I'm able to see the data by factory name. And if I go for only actual cost and cost variance, okay, so we need to make some changes like selection, select all. Yeah, so I can click on downtime hours and all. Yes, we can do that. The next thing is that we need to add whatever we have it over here: total production, average yield percentage, scrap percentage, downtime, variance and all. So let us add it. Okay, what do we need to add? So let me take a card visual. Okay, you see the card visual, click on the card visual. Okay, click on the card visual. And what do we do now? So let me add the total production. Okay, the total production or production volume. Okay, where is that? Production volume. Okay, what did we rename this? Total production. Yeah, total production. Okay, so what did we get? We got the total production. So let me go here, go to general, increase or decrease the font size. Okay, you can search and you can increase or decrease the font size. Okay, values, you can make it 20. Okay, now you see the values are changing. Label, decrease the size. Okay, now you see we got the card visual. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to add the background color. How do we add the background color? So let me, so according to the data or whatever we got. So where is that? So according to the color coding, we need to add. So whatever the color that we received from the documentation. Okay. So in the interview, if they ask what kind of a color coding did you use? So in the documentation, we went as per the documentation. So the client provided us with the color coding hex colors. So we added as per the hex codes. Okay, you can say that we added as per the hex code. So let me copy the hex code and paste it over here. So go to general, expand the effects and add the color. Okay, so add the color. let me do one thing. So we are not able to get it, but let me add it. Let me remove this. Okay. So let me add it over here. Okay. So what is the issue that we are facing actually? So if you see, we have the card visual, but the thing is that in the new version, okay, if you click on options and settings or about, so in the current March version, so the Microsoft Power BI released a new stating that we will not be using the card visual. Okay, so that is the reason what I did. I used the previous version. So that is the reason we are able to see the card visual. So this is the total production. And again, let me copy paste. Okay. And let me go for here. What do I do? So let me go for yield percentage. Okay, where is that? Yield percentage. Let me remove this and add the yield percentage. And let me also copy the hex color. So go here, go to general and change the hex color. Yes, the color coding has changed. And let me also copy this, Control C and Control V. The next visual is scrap percentage. Okay, the next visual is scrap percentage. Where is the scrap percentage? Yes, it is the scrap percentage. So if you want to see the overall 94.12 plus 5.88, that is 100%. So you can also go for sanity check. Okay. So let me copy the hex code and go here, go to general and paste it over here. So how are we selecting the color? So based on the logo that we have. Okay. So based on the logo color. So we are using whatever the colors that is used in the logo. So go to insert, click on the image. So we can insert the image. Okay. Go to action, expand the action, turn on it. So click on, let me go to the style, I think, image. Okay, in the image, what we can do, we can upload it. So what we can upload? We can upload the image. So whatever the logo, you see Panasonic logo, let me click on open. So we can apply the logo. Whatever the color that we have in the logo, we are using that. So how do we get to know that? So go here. So what is the color coding that we have? Expand the Panasonic logo. So if you see the color that we have it over here, okay, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, for the corners, okay, maybe pentagon or hexagon. I do not exactly name it. Okay, the terminology of this shape. Okay, whatever the corners, the color that we have. Okay, so we are using the same color coding in the visual. So most of the companies, okay, how do they decide the color coding? Based on the logo, whatever the color coding that they are using in their company logo. Okay, whichever the company that you take. Okay, you see, if you type any company and you go to the images, you find the logo of the company, whatever the color coding used in the logo of the company, we would in the visualization or in the presentation, okay, or in the any word documentation, they use the same color coding. Okay, so that is the color code. So let us go there. Okay, so we have the scrap percentage. Now what is the next thing? The next thing is that plant efficiency. Control C and Control V. Okay, Control C, Control V. So what is that? Plant efficiency. So let me search efficiency. So plant efficiency. 87.61 is the plant efficiency percentage. And if you also want to go for the next one, let me go for the color coding. Let me copy the hex color. HEX. Okay, hex color. Okay, and let me also go for the next one. The thing is that cost variance. So I can go. So let me move with arrows. Okay, whatever the keyboard arrows that we have, we can use that. So let me take this off and add the cost variance. Okay, cost variance. So $19,900,000 is the cost variance.
Sharath, do we have something like a container where we put everything and move everything along. Like in Tableau, we have a container, right? Vertical container, horizontal container, and we put it in there and we move it. So we don't have it in Power BI.
I mean, the alignment of the visual.
Yeah, because once we lock that container, we can move it along the container. One container, we can just move it left or right. So
Yes,
I didn't see it in Power BI. That's why I was asking you.
so you copy all this.
Like there is a one container where we put everything, and we can move that container left or right, or
We
we
have it
have
in
different.
the format. Yes, we have it in the format. So what
Okay.
do? You can click on the alignment to the left, to the center, or to the distribute horizontally, distribute vertically. We have it.
Okay, because in Tableau we have something like a container and we put all the objects inside,
Yes.
even the metrics table or all these small cards. When we move that container, we can move everything together and we can lock that container so that nothing can change. So I don't see it in the Power BI. That's why I was asking you.
Yeah, we have it in the format.
Okay.
So we have it in the format.
So we don't use it. We don't use it in Power BI then.
No, we do not use most of the times. You see, distribute horizontally. Yes, it is distributed evenly.
Acha. Okay.
So if you see what do we generally follow in the organization or in the practical? So each visual should be made a distance, or it should have a gap of some few pixels. Okay. Sometimes we may or may not correctly give the pixel. So if we can go for formatting, so we can align the visuals.
So this designing of dashboards, we I understand that we get to pick the colors from the format we get it from the company. What about the design? Like how do we design the these tabs? Where do we put the metrics? Where do we put the line charts? How do we only decide, or somebody else tells us no, put this bar chart here, put these tabs here. So who decides that?
No, I mean, so in general, what do we do in the organization? So we maintain some template. Okay. So there are like based on the subject or based on the client requirement. Already, if the visuals or the reports are already there, what the management says that go through the previous reports and try to use the same kind of a template. Okay. They do not ask us to rebuild something new. So whatever it is there, the template. So we need to use the same templates in the current project also.
Okay. So if anything new, then you
Yeah,
get to decide.
anything new, the client would expect. So I want to see
Okay.
something in a line chart. I want to see some trend line analysis, or I want to see some dates, the data or the sales over the dates. So what do? We go for the whatever the second row, the visuals, we go for it.
Okay. Thank you.
Generally, most of the times, what do we do? So we use bar charts most of the times regularly out of all the visuals. What do we do? Most of the times we go for using the bar chart and line charts. Most of the times. Few visuals would be like standard visuals. So what do they expect? Okay, let us only see it in the matrix or only see it in the table format. So if they would ask you in the interview, so what kind of visuals did you use, or if they ask you how many projects did you work, you should say that I worked on many projects. Most of them were the tabular reports. You can say that most of them were tabular reports. There are the fixed standard formats that is being used by the clients. So we build that. Additionally, for other projects, we used these visuals. You can explain that.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the standard KPIs. Okay. Or we have a format already. So if you see the client is using this is the format. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to replicate the same thing. Sometimes we may replicate the same thing, or sometimes we may not. We can go for additional enhancements. So this is the KPIs or the card visuals. So total production, total yield percentage, scrap percentage, what is the plant efficiency, cost variance. So the main KPIs. So we are not individually we are drilling down, but these are the main KPIs. What is the next thing? Okay, what is the next thing? So if you see the next thing, okay, if you see the next thing, so we have like the filters. So in the earlier, if you remember in the earlier sessions, we discussed about the type of filters. Okay, what are all the type of filters? There are two, three types of filters that we use. Okay, either we add the columns into the filters or we use the slicers. Okay, now let us do one thing. Let us implement the slicer. Okay, what do we do? So there are two, three ways of implementing the slicer, two, three types also. We have a slicer. The next one is button slicer. Next one is input slicer. So input slicer is used for the text filter. Okay, filtering the text. And the next one is list slicer. So let us go for implementing the button slicer. Okay, let us go and use the button slicer. So let me decrease the size. Okay, and let me add year. Okay, what do we need to add? So let us add the year number into it, into the slicer. Okay, so if you see we are getting something different. So let me go to format your visual, go to slicer setting, single select, disable this. Okay, and also multi button layout. So whatever the style that we want to make it, we can go for changing the tiles. So how many rows do we want to see? So we do know how many columns do we want to see. So let me increase the column and let me also increase the size. Okay, let me increase the size. So let me go for increasing the column. So increase the rows. Okay, auto grid. Okay, yes, automatically. So what is the gap in between all these? Okay, let me make it 2 or 3. So the gap in between each year, the box. So let me go to decrease the font size. Okay, let me decrease the font size. Yes, now we are able to see that. Let me come down. Okay, the font size of the title is. So let me take off the title. Yes, now we got the slicer. Okay, for sanity check, click on any year. Yes, it is getting filtered. Okay, it is getting filtered. So why do the client or the user may or may not? So he feels comfortable when we give we give the visual level slicer, visual level filter. Okay, in the report itself, he can directly filter the data. So this is the slicer. So let me go here and let me go for multi-button. Let me go for the call out. Label selection icon. Yes, selection icon. Yes. Okay. So let me go for selection icon. So once he selects, so the client gets to see, so what are all selected. So this is, so we also have a thing called as a padding. Okay, we can increase or decrease the padding. Okay, size, narrow, we can go for it. Custom, we can go for it. So let me go for the normal and we can increase or decrease the padding. Okay, so the space before and after. Okay, let me go for 1. Okay, 1. So on all the sides of the visual, how much gap are we going to give? Okay, this is the year. What is the next thing? Okay, what is the next dimension filter that we need to give? The next dimension filter is, let me go and check the slicer and give the region. Okay, so let me go and give the region. Let me come down. So where is the region? Let me add the region over here. Okay, so we added the region. For example, if you want to apply the same color coding, same format into this slicer, what do? We have an option called as format painter. Same thing we have it in the Excel, same thing we have it in the PPT, same thing we have it in the document, doc. Okay, we can also use the same thing. So this is about the region filter. So what is the next thing? What is the next filter that we need to add, or the next slicer we need to add? Or we can do it one thing. Okay, so let me not add the way it is. So let me make it into slicer setting tile only. Okay, let me make it into tile because it doesn't look good. Okay, let me go to general effects. Let me turn this off. Okay, so let me go here, slicer setting, selection, take this off. Okay, we added the slicer. Okay, what is the next thing? Okay, what is the next thing? Let me decrease this. Okay, so what is the next thing that we need to add? So we need to add the factory. Okay, let me take another and let me add the factory, or we also have the city. City. Okay, let me add the city and let me put it over here. Make it into tile. Just a tile and increase the size. Okay, let me move a little bit. So let me click on this. So let me increase and decrease a little bit. So we can use the arrows and we can move it. Or what we can do, we can align it, but we need to increase the size. Okay. So I think we can take off the borders, go to general effects, take off the borders, and we can move a little bit to the left side so that we get all the factory, whatever the wherever this city we have it. Yes, we got all. Okay. So we can adjust a little bit, increase or decrease the size. It's all about setting the size. Let me decrease the size. Search for the font and decrease the size. Yes, so we got all. So let us maintain the same thing to other also 9. So here also we can maintain the 9. Okay, we can just move little. We can just move little bit. Okay, no problem. Okay, don't worry about it. Okay, so this is how we arranged it. Okay, what is the next thing? Okay, what is the next thing? So let me move it little above. Okay, so what is the next thing? Let me take a donut chart so that we can fill it. So what we can add the total production by factory name. Okay, let me go for adding total production. What is the total production? Total production by factory name, or we can also add the city. Okay, now if you see, we can add the city. Let me go here, turn off the legends and turn off the detail label and go to general, go to effects, not the effects. In the visual slices, we can go for changing the color coding. Okay, so whatever the color that we use, we can change it. Osaka, let it be the same thing. Tokyo and Reno. Yes, we made changes. Okay, yes, we made changes. Now the first page, whatever the client is expecting, we completed that. Okay, whatever the client is expecting, we completed that. So what is the next thing? Oh, why did we leave the space? We will see that. Why did we leave the space? We will see that. So this is about the first page. Okay, this is about the first page. Let me click on save this. So are we clear till now? Are we clear till now? Lakshmi, Lisha, Neha, Vijaya. Are we
Yes,
clear?
sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the next step? Okay, go to Excel. So we tried adding all these. Okay, we tried adding all these. We did not add average unit per production, but let us see that one by one. Okay, we did not consider, okay, we did not add all these, but the thing is that we are dynamically using it. Okay, the next one is production volume. Okay, the next one is production volume. But we do not create the visuals like this. Let us use the different types of visuals. Let us explore different types of visuals, but let me copy the naming. Okay, production volume. So what I would do here is, I do not take the next page, new page. What do? I will go for duplicating. Okay, right click on the visual and duplicate it. Let me go here, go to general effects, add the background, sorry, not the background, visual border. Make it 5. Okay, so the user can hover over it and he can get to see what kind of a data. Okay, total production. So they are similar actually. Most of them are so close. So here, why am I taking the duplicate? Because I can reuse the same format in the next page. Okay, I can reuse the same format in the next page. So I can use the slicer, or we can also do it in another way. Okay, what we can do? We can do it in another way. Let me control A and delete all this. Okay, control A. So I have deleted that. So what do we do here? So let us go through the visuals again. Okay, for now, let me add a bar chart. Okay, let me add the clustered column chart. Okay, let me add the custom column chart. Okay, so here we add different types of charts. Control, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to add the 4 visuals. Okay, I'm trying to add the 4 types of visuals. Let us see one by one what we are trying to add it. So here, what do? Let us go and see it by the total production by year and factory name. Okay, total production by year number and factory name. So let me add year number. Okay, let me add year number. And the next one is, let me add the total production. Okay, total production. So let me go move it into the x-axis. And in the legend, okay, in the legend, we can add the factory name. Okay, we can add the factory name. Where is the factory name? So here it is the factory name. Now it is the production volume. We will completely discuss about the total production only. Okay, this page is dedicated to total production. Okay, so what do we do now? So let us change the color coding. Okay, let us change the color coding. Go to expand the not legends columns. Yes, we will have it in the columns. Click on one and change the color coding. So let us change the color coding, each and every color coding. So go to Pune and change the color coding. Okay. So I think now it looks good. Okay, now it looks good. I think the first one has become so light color. Let me add a bright color. Okay, it is changed over. Those both of them look similar. Okay. Yes. Now we got the colors. Okay. Perfect. Now we have added the color coding, total production by year number and factory name. So let me go to general effects, turn on the visual border and make it into 5. Okay, we added the visual border. So let me decrease the size a little bit. Okay, so let me also decrease the size a little bit. Now what do we do? What is the next thing? Okay, what is the next thing that we are going to add? So we are going to add, the next thing is that let me decrease the size. So this one also let me decrease the size. Let me pull it a little down. So here let us go and make it into line chart. So in the line, let us add the total production by year number. Okay. So let me add year number into the x-axis, total production into the y-axis. Okay. But if you see the line looks so bland. So what we can do, we can make it into area chart. Go to the lines and we can change the color code. Okay, we can add the colors. Okay, the area, shade area, we can add it and we can go through the markers. Okay, show all categories and we can also change the color of the markers. Let me change the color of the marker into a different color. Okay, and borders, if you want to have the borders of the markers, only markers. Data labels, yes, we can turn on the data labels. Series label, yes, we can turn, but let us not turn on the series label. Okay, so we added total production by year number. So let us go to effects and turn on the visual border and make it into 5. Okay, yes, we added that. Okay, we added that. So what is the next thing? Okay, what is the next visual that we are going to add? Okay, the next visual is, okay, let me go for adding the donut chart, total production by region. Okay, total production by region. Okay, we added total production by region. So here also the same thing. Let me go to the slices, expand the color. You can click on the APAC and change the color coding. Europe, change the color coding. And North America, change the color coding. Yes. Okay, now we have added. You observe the red color. Okay, the alignment of the visual. Go to general effects, turn on the visual border and add the borders, rounded corners. Okay, rounded corners. Okay, the next one is total production by year number. Okay, total production by year number, or we can also add another way. So we can go for adding, we can take by factory. Yes, we have already taken by the factory. We can also go for any other dimension data. Okay, we have business. We can also go for taking the category, subcategory, or whatever we have it. So let me add it by the subsegment. Okay, and total production. Where is that production? Yes, total production. Okay, so we can add the total production, or instead of subsegment, we can also add the division unit. Where is that? Okay, we can add the division unit. Okay, we can add the division unit. So what we can do, we can go to the formatting, expand the slicer and change the connected solution. And we need to change the color coding. Energy. Let us go to the next one and change the color coding. Okay. So the last one, let me change it into some other color. Yes, the color coding is changed. So if you want to add the Data labels, yes, we can add that data labels. Okay, so this is about the second page, but we need to add few. So let me go to general, effects, visual border, turn on the visual border and go for 5. So here we need to add the KPIs again. Okay, what do we need to do? Here we need to add the KPIs again. What do I do? Let me copy the 4 visuals, 4 KPIs, and let me paste it over here. So let me directly drag and let me add it over here. Let me just decrease the size a little bit. Okay. So here we can go for small changes. We can increase and decrease. You see the red color alignment that is used for alignment. So now, so let me increase. Okay, let me increase this a little bit. So now let me add, yeah, let us have the total production and how many of them are good units. So we can add the good units. Okay, how many of them are good units? Let me search for the unit. Unit goods. Okay, it is the same good units or unit goods. And the next one is, so let me add the peak month. Okay, what does it mean, peak month? So which month has the highest production or which month has the lowest production? Okay, we can add that. If you want to add the monthly volume, so which month has the highest production or which month has the lowest production, we can add it, or we can add any other. Okay, how much are the good units, how many are the scrap units? So let me delete this, add the scrap units. So 18,000, 18.35K are the scrap units, and we can also add the percentage. Okay, good units per hour.
Sarath, one question. Don't we need to add the filters like year, region, and factory to maintain consistency among all the 3 or 4 layouts we create? Usually we do that practice, right?
Yes, yes. We do that. Yeah, let us see that. Let us see that. How do we add it? Let us see that. So let me go to general, not general, category label. Okay, category label. Let me change, rename this. Okay, total goods. Okay, units. So let me write units per hour. Okay, units per hour. So here, the way we discussed, if you want to align the same concept, the same slicer throughout all the pages, we have a concept called as sync slicer. Okay, what do? We go to view. So click on the sync slicer, select the slicer. Okay, select the slicer and click on the checkbox. And if I go to production volume, so we will get that. Now you see, we have that. Go to executive dashboard again, click on this slicer and check the box. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to sync the slicer to other pages also without copy pasting or without creating again and again. So we are directly enabling that would enable the slicer, and also we can see the slicer. Okay, what are all the options available here? If you see here, there are two options available. Okay, the first option is, okay, whether do we want to, so it is to see the slicer. The I symbol is to see the slicer. Yes, we are able to see the slicer in another page also. And the first option is whether to apply the selected slicer in another page or not. So that is two options available. Okay, we would like to see the slicer, plus we want to apply the slicer. So this is about the sync slicer. Let me take this off. And if I remove this 2021, 2020, and if I go to production volume, okay, so it is not getting applied. So we can go to sync slicer again. So we can go here. So let me click on 2020, go to production. Okay, it is not getting applied. Why? Okay, let me click on 2020 and go to production volume. Yes, now you see the 2020 slicer is applied. So if I click on Bengaluru and if I go to the executive dashboard, so it is applying. So that is sync slicer. Okay, there is no need of adding or copy pasting the slicers. What we can do, we can go for sync slicer. So this is about the syncing the slicer and the second page production volume. And we also have one more thing like, so go to view, go to, let me go to insert, and we have buttons. Okay, in the buttons, we have a navigator. So what is the usage of page nav? Let me click on the page navigator. So what we can do, so we can have all the pages. So if I click on production volume, yes, we will get into the production volume. Okay, we can have this page navigator. So let me click on this. Okay, so Control C and Control V. Yes, we can have the page navigator. And let me also copy paste the Panasonic logo. Okay, so this is about the executive dashboard and production volume. Any doubts till now?
I'm good.
Anything that you would like to discuss? So what kind of, if you would ask me, what is, yes, you, Sharad, you added the visuals, but what is the usage of adding the visuals without analyzing the data? Okay, the main analysis that we go through is, okay, so what is the standard cost? So if we go through the costing, how much is the total production? Okay, and let me also go for the plant type and expand, drill down to expand. So we have an option called as format your visual, go to layout, make it into tabular. And if you see what kind of analysis that you make, okay, so in all, okay, in all, the cost variance is 3414. Okay, let me see what is the more cost variance. Okay, this Munich, Germany has the more cost variance. Okay, and downtime hours is also, I mean, not more, but the downtime hours is 1000. Okay, on an average, the downtime hour is, okay, this is what we have it. Okay, 71,176 is the standard cost, and we did not add the cost, actual cost. Okay, so what do we need to do? Let me take this off. So let me click on focus. Yes, we can focus, and whatever the thing that we want to add, we can add it. So let us go for adding. The first one is production hours. So if you want to see it only by the hours, production hours, downtime hours, plant efficiency, okay, and good unit goods and scrap units. So let me go here. So what kind of analysis that we can make? Any one of you can just speak out and explain what did you observe from this analysis. What kind of analysis that you can make, or what kind of information that you would like to explain it to your client. How do you explain? I mean, actually, we do not explain. We just, our main motto is to give the visual to them. Okay. But what do you see? What do you observe?
Sorry, I did not. Can you give the pointers again?
I mean, out of all the factories available, so what kind of analysis that we can make from the measures that we have? Production hours, downtime hours, plant efficiency percentage, unit goods,
which
scrap
one is a
units.
better which
Yes.
produces better production and which has less wastage and which is
Yes.
faster production? But also, I was thinking maybe it is the management who asks that what kind of analysis they want from the data, like
Yes.
what they want.
For example, let me go for ascending order. Okay. So what is that? First one is Nevada. Okay. So if you see, the first one is cell manufacturing. Cell manufacturing. Production hours is 7,270. Okay, we did not have the year, a specific year. Let me click on any year. Okay, let me go for 2025. Okay, let me go for 2025. So in 2025, okay, if we compare it 2025, out of all, okay, out of all, now you see it is changed. It is Osaka assembly plant. So there are 1188 working hours, I mean production hours. Out of that, 157 is the downtime hours. 86.77 is the plant efficiency. Good units are 7,500 and scrap units are 415. Okay. And also what we can do, whether it is a, just a second. Hello. Yeah, I'm sorry, I have a demo, but so let us complete that. So I want you to do some little bit analysis. Okay. So what is that analysis? So you take the average. Okay, you take the average. Which factory or which plant is near to the average production? Okay, which is less than the average production hours? Okay, which is equal to the downtime hours. So out of all this, if you see, okay, out of all this, the downtime hours is less for the Pune. Okay, but the thing is that the scrap units are more than the Osaka. Okay, the scrap units are more than Osaka, and also good units are also lesser than Osaka. So this is also one kind of analysis that we can make. Comparison of the factory. Okay, so even we think, oh, more production hours. Okay, we think that 90% is the production hours, but how much good units are produced? Okay, how much good units are produced? Yes, it worked. 100% is the production hours, but out of 100%, if 90% is the good units and 10% is the scrap units, and another plant worked only for the 90 percentage of the production hours, but the good units are also 90 percentage. So then the plant which worked 100% does not is equal to the plant which worked for the 90%. Okay, this is also another kind of analysis that we can make it. So today let us go through the quality monitoring. So this page would mainly focus on the quality monitoring. So what do we have in the quality monitoring? So how much is the yield percentage or scrap and scrap analysis? Okay. So how many are the good units or how many are the bad units or scrap units? What is the average scrap unit? What is the average yield percentage? So we would focus. So let us see how do we build that. So what do I do? So let me right click and click on duplicate. So why are we doing that? So because we would have the same kind of a similar template. So there is no need of creating the template, a different template again and again. So what do we make changes? We only do the changes to the cards. Okay, we only do the changes to the cards. So what do we have here? So we need to add here the average yield percentage. Okay, we already created average yield percentage. Yes, we have the average yield percentage. So what do we do now? So let me take this off and add average yield percentage. And company also, if you company also do in the color coding, they also expect throughout the pages or throughout the report, the colors should be consistent. Okay. So for example, the same color coding, whatever we are doing from the starting of the page, it should be consistent throughout all the pages. So that's how we are also trying to make it consistency. So the next one is unit goods. Okay. So instead of that, let me add the average scrap percentage. Okay. 5.88 is the average scrap percentage. So instead of PCT, let me add the percentage because why? The consistency. Okay. Whatever we are using, it should be throughout all the pages. PCT, maintain PCT. If we are using the percentage symbol, give it the percentage symbol. Okay. So the next one is unit goods. Okay. So here, let me do one thing. So let me add good units. Where is that unit goods? Let me take this off. Unit goods. And here the next one is scrap units. So let me add the scrap units. Let me take this off and add the scrap units. All right. So whatever we are looking into the quality, yes, we added that. So here, let me add, okay, yield percentage by factory. Okay, let me take this off. Let me take this off. A factory name. Yeah, let it be the factory name. So here, let me add the yield percentage. Where is the yield percentage? Yes, here it is. Okay, yield percentage. Okay, let me take any other visual. Okay, yield percentage, first one, I think. Okay, not the first one. So let me make some changes to the X and Y axis. Okay, so what do we have? Factory name. So let me take off the legend from the factory name. So here, let me add where is the factory name. So either we can add the factory name or the city. Okay, now you see, let me make this into this. Okay, so if you see, everything looks similar because, so if I hover over it, 94.92, 94, okay, 90, okay, for example, so the company follow the targets. Okay, the company follow the target. What is the target? Every company they follow 95% as the target. Even if you see the documentation also, you would find the target. Okay, even if you go through the documentation also, we would see where is that. Yeah. So even if you go through the documentation also, so most of the companies, so scrap unit should be less than 5%. The good units or yield percentage should be more than 95%. 95% is the cutoff. I can simply say the target or the cutoff. For example, if you want to add the target, how do we add it? Okay, so we can right click on a new column. So here what we can do, we can go for adding the target. Okay, we can give the name as the target. Okay, equal to 95. Okay, 95. Yeah. So if you see, we added the 95%. Let's see what is the value that we are going to get. Okay. So what we can do if we want to apply such things. Okay. So let me go to the target and let me click on it. Okay. So here we are getting like that, but we can go with line and stacked column chart. Okay. Let me go with the line and stacked column chart. Let me take this off. In the line y-axis, we can add the 95%. Okay. So let me make it show value as percentage. Let me check. Okay, this is not the right way. So let me click on it. Okay, this is not the right way. What do I do? 0.95 percentage. So if I make 0.95 and turn this into percentage, okay, and move this into line y-axis. Just give me one second. Yeah, I'm sorry. So here, let me check. The values doesn't look good. Okay. So it is taking the sum. Let me go for average. So it is not taking. So let me go for maximum. Yes. So what is the value that we are getting? Okay, 95%. Perfect. Okay. So we got 95%. So this is the threshold. Okay, the 95% is the threshold. So if you want to make some changes to the line y-axis, okay, second is what is the value that we added? Line y-axis. Okay, expand the line y-axis, secondary y-axis, or if you want to go for adding any value, we can add the value. Oh. So we can go for changing it. So not this one. Secondary y-axis. Line, yeah, let me check. This would be in the line. So if you want to have the smooth, we can have the smooth. So let me go for the linear only. So in the color, we can go for making some changes in the color. So whatever the color that we want, okay, we can add the colors. Okay, if you want to have it in the red color, we can have the red color and all. Okay, so what we are able to see, so whether the value is reaching the 100% or 95% or not. Okay, out of 100%, okay, if I click on focus mode, okay, we would be able to see none of the factory have reached 95%. Okay, none of the companies or none of the factory reached 95%. This is for the overall year. Let me click on any one of the year. Okay, let me click on any year and let me check whether any okay, anything has reached 90% or not. Okay, so here in the real time, if we have the value more than 90% or 95%, so this would cross the target. Okay, this is the target. We can add the target. Okay, this is about the target. The next one is we can compare the scrap units. Okay, scrap units versus good units. So let me add units good. Let me change it into the stacked column chart. Okay, good units and also the scrap units. Okay, scrap units. Yes, we are getting it in the same. So here what we can do, in the x-axis we can add the factory. Okay, here in the x-axis we can add the factory. So we get what is the factory, what is the good units, and what is the scrap units. Okay, what is the good units and what is the scrap units. So if you want to have the total also, we can get the totals. Okay, out of all these. So when we zoom it, when we focus, okay, we get to know what is the scrap units and what is the total, and out of all, so what is the good units and what is the scrap units. So this is about the unit goods. If you want to make the changes in the color coding also, so go to columns and select the good units and change the color. Okay, so how do we change? We need to get, okay, let me click on this. Okay, in the column, let me click on anything and let me copy the color coding. Okay, let me copy the color coding and apply here. Okay, so now we got the scrap units and good units. Okay, the next thing is that, okay, segment quality ranking. Okay, if you see here, so what do we have? Segment quality ranking. Okay, so what is the segment? What is the average yield percentage? What is the average scrap percentage? What are all the good units, total scrap, and what is the quality? What is the quality grade? Let me come down. Okay, what do we have in the next? Okay, this is what we have it. So let's see how do we add that. Okay, here, let me take this off. Okay, let me change this. Let me take this off. So what we can do here, so we can add the product category. Either we can add the product category or we can also add the segment. Let me add the product category. Okay, and count of segment names. Okay, so segment, or we renamed it. So where is that segment codes? Okay, we can count it. So in how many, so what are all the count of segments for the product? Or we can also do it in another way. So let me take this off as we are discussing about the quality. So what we can do, we can add the same thing by yield percentage, and also we can go for scrap percentage. Okay, out of all the solar panels or whatever the product category name that we have, we can add it. Okay, we can add all, what is the percentage and what is the scrap percentage. So for the rice cooker, what is the scrap percentage? So what is the Scara Robo and what is the scrap percentage? So this is by the product name, or we can also add the segment. Okay, we can also add the segment. So which segment has more? Okay, this is scrap percentage. Next thing is that we have in every organization they follow, okay, in the practical they follow the scorecard. Okay, scorecard. What is a scorecard? So how much percentage that we have? What is the grade? Okay, let me make it into table visual and let me take this off. So you will understand once we add the data. So let me add the factory name, yield percentage. Where is that yield percentage? The next one is scrap percentage. Okay. Next one is unit goods or good units. Next one is scrap units. Okay. So out of all this, okay, so we can go for calculating the grade. Okay, we can go for calculating the grade. So what is the calculation of the grade? Okay, let us go and see the whether we have the grade or not. Yes, we have the quality grade. So what is the quality? What is the grade? Okay, what kind of a calculation that we are doing? So we are taking the average yield. Okay, what we are trying to do? We are taking the average yield percentage. If the percentage, if the average yield is more than 94 percentage, so it should be 1. Average yield is greater than or equal to 93.8 percentage, it is 2. Average yield greater than or equal to 93.5 percentage, it is 3. So what we are trying to do? We are trying to measure the score. Okay, which factory is performing well? Okay, which factory is performing well? So let me add it. So we got 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, and 1. Why 2, 2, 2, 3, 1? So if you see the first one, 94 point. Okay, let me click on focus mode. Okay, if you see the last one, 94.30, 94.30, it is falling under 94.30, which is falling under greater than or equal to 94 percentage. So that is the reason it got 1. 94.01, okay, it is falling under 3. But why it is falling under 3? 94.01. But I mean, we are not taking the average. I mean, we are taking the average. Okay, if we take directly straightforwardly, if we take the yield percentage, okay, if we take the yield percentage, okay, and we can directly go for why are we getting, okay, cannot find, okay, we can do, okay, we can directly take it instead of taking the yield percentage average yield, we can directly go for it. Okay, so we are getting cannot determine, okay, formula. Okay, okay, we can go for making the average only. Okay, .01. So it should not be falling under 2, but it is falling under 3. Okay, the grade is falling under 3. Okay, maybe it is not taking, but let us see that. But how do we calculate? What is the usage of it? Let us see that. So what do we do in general? We go for conditional formatting. Okay, click on this. We have a conditional formatting. We can go for icon. Okay, whether it is increasing, decreasing. Okay, what do we do here? We take that, what is that name? Okay, what we can quality grade. Okay, so what do we do? Equal to 1, make it number, and we can give it whatever. If the number is equal to 1, okay, we can change the color. Equal to, if the number is equal to 2 number, so we can go for some other number. And also if the number equal to 3, we can go for some other numbering and click on OK. So instead of that, we get it. Okay, if it is 1, okay, so it is red color. So it is not, it should not, let me go for conditional formatting icon. Okay, 1, it is giving us red color. Let me go for make it into green color, and this one has a red color. Okay, because we are going with highest and lowest. Okay, 3, it is red color. So here we only want to see the icons. So let us go for conditional formatting. Click on icons. And what do we do? So we can only go for what we do, icons only. Yes, we can select only icons and click on OK. And now we are able to see the icons only. So let me go here, go to column headers, values, totals. Let me take off the totals. Okay, now if you see, and in the cell element or specific column also, so what do? We go for quality grade and only apply, make it alignment middle. Okay. So now you see, so what the person or the client or the customer can understand is, okay, whichever is in the yellow color, okay, they are performing average. Whichever are in red color, they are performing, they need to improve. Okay, because the scrap percentage is more. If you see, 5.99 is the scrap percentage. Okay, 5.99. Probably it is 6% is the scrap percentage. Okay, so it should be improved. Okay, so now we get to know that, okay, if you would say that, oh, 94 percentage is good percentage, but when you take the dollars amount, okay, when you consider the amount, okay, that would, if you see here scrap percentage, okay, when I click on what is that, the red color, okay, so when you see 2.97 is the scrap percentage, but when I add total volume, okay, what do we have? The production volume. Where is that? So let me search with the volume. Production volume, I think total production, I think. Total production. Okay, if I add total production into this table, okay, what is the total production? $49,000. Okay, out of $49,000. So there is a difference in the dollars. Okay, if I go for scrap, we also have, I think we have another one in the percentage cost. Yeah, you can see the cost. What is the cost that we are spending and what is the cost that is depreciated with the scrap units. Okay, what is the cost that is depreciated? Cost status. If I go with the cost status, okay, not the status, cost variance. Okay, $3,117. That is the difference. We need to add the actual cost. Okay, 67,149. Okay, so we are spending some amount on that. Okay, 1% can make impact on huge amount of amount, dollars, $1 million. It may be 1% of the scrap unit can cost $1 million, okay, or $100,000. So that is the usage of scrap percentage in the organization. Okay, in the manufacturing, they focus more on this. Okay, so the scrap percentage for this Pune plant is more higher, but when they take the amount, okay, that is giving more impact. So let me go to this and go to general, enable the title and give the title as quality scorecard. Okay, quality scorecard. So here what do I do? Let me change the column header color to this color. Okay, now it looks good. Make it alignment head, text color to white color. Yes, now it looks good. Okay, now it looks good. So we also added the quality monitoring. So let me go here and add the quality monitoring. So here what do we have? We have the grade. Instead of adding the grade, what did we do? We added the icons. Okay, we added the icons. So if you see, so what we have, minimum yield, maximum yield, total goods, total scrap, total produced. Out of total produced, what is the scrap? Okay, these are all we have it. So what do we need to add? So let me add the quality monitoring. Okay, this is about the quality monitoring. Okay, so in the interview also you mentioned that, okay, we also have the quality monitoring. So we graded, we have also presented the quality scorecard. So we created the measure. So for the threshold value. So we also analyzed, I also analyzed on the production. Okay, if you add the production, okay, what do we have? So we have the production, total production. Okay, let me see here. Okay, total production. For this total production, how much is the cost? Okay, let me duplicate this. Okay, what I can do here, what do I do? So what do we have? Total production. Let me make it into table visual. Okay, so in the table visual, let me put it the factory name and the total production. So in the total production, we also have good units. Okay, out of 312.28K production. Okay, so what is that? So we have unit goods, good units. Let me add the good units. Where is that? Oh, we already have the good. No, we do not have it. Let me add the good units. Okay, and also scrap units. What is the cost? Okay, what is the actual cost? So what do we do here? So we multiply. I mean, we do not have the cost information over here. I mean, the quantities and all. Okay, what is the quantity information is not in this data, but we only have the production data. So if we calculate the units, for example, if the actual cost is this 55,000, okay, let me take 1 year. Okay, 8,000. Let me put it on the focus mode. What do you analyze? So for example, total production multiplied by actual cost. Okay, let me go for taking the calculator. Okay, 491 is the scrap units. Out of 491, so let me calculate 491 multiplied by $10,961. Let me click on enter. So probably like once tens, 100,000, 10,000 lakhs, 10 lakhs. Okay, $5.3 million is the only scrap units. So it costed them $5.3 million that went for the scrap units. So whatever the budget that you are spending on production, okay, so you are spending out of okay 8,000. Okay, total production is 8638. So when I multiply it with actual cost, okay, so we get some amount. Out of that, you are putting some amount, good amount on the scrap units. That's not the right way. Okay, that's not, that's a depreciation for the organization. Okay, this is also we do this kind of analysis also we can do it. So this is quality monitoring. Any
So
doubts?
when you did the actual cost into the actual cost, was it per unit? Because you
Yes.
multiplied by 491, that was 10,000 something was per unit.
Yes.
Okay.
So that is per unit. I mean, we can go for adding the, for example, here, what do we have? We only have the factory name. We do not actually go with the factory name. We go with the product actually. So what we can do, we can add the product category name. So when I added the product category name, and let me put it, go for the product. So if you see, dimmers is the product in product. Smart hub, refrigerator. You see the refrigerator. We generally see this. So the total production is 631 is the production. So the actual cost is 38 $347. This is the manufacturing cost, not what we, oh, you think that okay, $347 is the very cheap. Okay, but this is not the one that we get. So maybe probably when it comes into the market, it would be $1,000. Okay, $347. Out of $347, 38 units are scrap units. Okay, when they are manufacturing refrigerator. Okay, what is the year? Let me check. 2020. Okay, in the year 2020. Okay, 2020. So what do we have? The refrigerator, how many units are manufactured? 631. Sorry, total production. Yeah, 631 units are produced. Out of 631, 593 are good units, good refrigerators. Okay, so what do they do? Out of 593, when I multiply it with 340. Okay, I do not want to multiply with. Let me go for 631. 631 multiplied by 347. Okay, so 2 lakh. Okay, or what we can say, $218,000. Okay, $218,000 for only for the refrigerator. But the thing is that this is what the budget that you spent on the refrigerator, $218,000 complete budget. But out of that, 38 units are not good. Okay, 38 units are not good. 38 multiplied by 347. Okay, $13,000. 218 218 minus 13. Okay, $205. Okay, out of $218,000, $205 are the only amount that you may get. Okay, $13,000 are depreciating. But again, it goes whatever the quality check that they are doing on the refrigerator. The thing is that, okay, and again, we only have the production units. For example, 593 unit goods, you sold it into the market. After 6 months or after 1 year, the people are sending, okay, the people are complaining about the repair. So you gave 5 years warranty, but after 1 year they are getting, okay, this is the regular thing. We bought the AC. After 1 year, the machine is not working. What do? We call the company and we say that it is in the repair. We are not able to see. We are not able to get the cool air. So the company gave the warranty. In that warranty, okay, he repairs the product. If he gets more repair, okay, that would affect the company's prestige. Okay, so that's how the business run. Okay, so $205, $205,000 are the amount that they are going to make. The others is on the scrap units, scrap amount. The amount is going for the scrap. So more than 95% should be the threshold. Less than 5% should be the scrap units. So that's how there are many products. If you see inverter, trimmer, okay, batteries, this is the end product. LED light, dimmers, batteries, okay, these are all the end products. How much are we spending? How much the company is spending amount for making? So this is also we can go for analyzing the data. Okay, let me take this off. Okay, so we got it. Okay, let me take 2020. Okay, so if you see in the 2020, it is not working. The quality grade is not working. So what do? We again go to the quality grade and check whether we applied it is working or not. 93.53%. Okay, 93.53%. Okay, it is not working. It is not giving. It is not falling. Actually, the 4 should come into picture, but we did not add the 4 in the conditional formatting. Okay, any doubts?
No.
Sarath, all good, but maybe we need to revise once again and try on our own. Then we'll have some questions.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Do analysis because the one which we discussed till now, that is important. Okay, whatever we do, okay, it's all about like the salary that we are getting. The package is good, but the thing is that tax amount is cutting. Okay, $10,000 is the package every month, $10,000, or every year $100,000. But the thing is that when you go for cost, I mean taxes, in hand salary is 80%, $80,000 only. So that's the same thing in any business. Also, we have the same thing. So how much percentage? How much at the end? It would be like gross margin, gross profit, how much revenue the company is generating, even though there are more scrap percentage, but the gross margins are good. That's better. I mean, this is the manufacturing cost. Whatever we have seen, $347 is a manufacturing cost. When it comes into the market, probably that can go for $1,000, 3 times, 4 times. Okay, it can go for $1,200 or $1,300 or $1,500. Okay, because it is being manufactured in a bulk. Okay, so this is quality monitoring. Okay, what is the next thing? What we have it here after quality monitoring? Overall equipment efficiency. What is the next thing? Overall equipment efficiency. So what we have? It is mainly focusing on the plant efficiency. It is not about It is only focusing on the how many hours, what is the downtime percentage, what is the plant, which plant has more downtime, which segment, or how many hours, which region. So these are all we need to focus. Let me duplicate this. Right click, duplicate, double click and rename this. Okay. So these are all about OE. So what do we do here? So let us go with, let me click on this. Okay, what do we do? So we need to look into, if you see the data, what do we have in the data? So if you see here, downtime and plant efficiency, mainly focusing on the downtime and plant efficiency. Here, let us remove this. Let us go with, let me take this off, go with the scatter plot. Okay, let us go with the scatter plot. So what do we do now? So let me take the factory name. Let us go with the factory name. Okay, so here we will compare downtime percentage and efficiency. Okay, so let me move it to the legend. Okay, so what is that downtime percentage? Where is the downtime percentage? Downtime percentage and efficiency percentage. Okay, downtime percentage and efficiency percentage. In the size, what do? We add the working hours. Okay, working hours, based on the working hours, we get the bubble size increasing or decreasing. Where is the production working hours? Plant working hours. Let me type hours, only hours. Production hours. Okay, so let me click on the focus. Let me take this off 2020 and let me click on this and click on the focus mode. What do you observe here? Okay, something is more than 87%. Something is at 87%. Let me hover over it. So if you take the Pune has 87.85% efficiency out of 100%, 7,744. Okay, 87%, 87.85% efficiently this Pune plant worked. Okay, only 12.15%. Here also in the efficiency, they would also have, the plant would also have the targets, maybe 90 or in between 90 and 95. They do not expect to have it 95%. I mean, this is also different from company to company, threshold or the target. So it should work 90%, minimum 90%. So let me hover over another one. So if I go here, if you see, so what do we have here? Munich, which is the Germany. Okay, so 87.64%. If you see, production hours is 8,125. If you see here, the production hour is 7,744. Out of 7,744, efficiency probably it is good. Okay, if you compare with the Munich. Let me go to other. Production hours is lesser. If I go with the next one, Tokyo, production hours is less one. Next one is Bengaluru, production hours is more. And next one is 8,300. So what do you observe out of all this? So even the production hours is less out of all these 5 or 6 plants. Okay, the production hours is less, but efficiency is more comparing with other plants. Okay, what do we understand? The production hours is less, but more efficiency. How do you understand? So from when you hover over it, you can understand. Okay, when you hover over it, you can understand. You can go here, we can change the color coding. Go to legend, no, sorry. Where do we find marker? Category label, yes, we can turn on the category label. We can see the name of the plant. Okay, so we can see the name of the plant. We can increase or decrease the font size. We can have the color of the background color if you want to have the background color. So let me not get into that. We can also have the zoom slider. Oh, now you see. Now if you see, let me see over here. Okay, let me go back. Now you see Pune got it. If we can change the maximum, okay, you see the range in the x-axis and y-axis. If I go and change it into 9, okay, the maximum value is 9. Let me click on 90. Oh, sorry. This is in the x-axis. Okay, let me not make any changes. Let us go with the y-axis. In the y-axis, let me only go for making into, 0.9. 90 percentage. Okay, only we are considering the 95 per, or let me, okay, what we are trying to do, we are trying to make it only 90%. Maximum value is 90 percentage. Okay, the maximum value is 90 percentage. Out of 90 percentage, or we can also go for giving the minimum value. Let me go for taking 8, 0.8. So in between 0.8 and 0.9, I mean 80 to 90 percentage, how much it is impacting. Okay, how much it is impacting. So this is the line scatter plot. Okay, we can see, we can click on the focus mode. We can use the zoom slider, increase or decrease. We can also use the zoom slider. Okay, increase or decrease. Okay, based on the working hours. What is this? Based on the working hours and on, we get it. Y-axis, x-axis. Okay, this is what we have it. Downtime percentage. 12.5 is the percentage. Okay, so if I go here, if I drag, okay, we can able to see. Okay, this is about the efficiency and production hours by factory. Okay, this is by the factory. Let us go with the next one. Okay, so let me go here. So we can go for by the segment. Okay, let me go here and change this into this chart. Let me take this off. Let me add the segment. Okay, let me add the segment. And also let me add, what is that? The efficiency. Okay, so we can add the efficiency. And we can change the color. Go to bar and change the color. Yes, we can change the color coding. Okay, we can change the color, but we need to follow the same color coding. Okay, let me copy the color coding from here. Okay, the last one, Pune. Let me take the Pune color. Go to columns. Is it the column? Yes. Let me copy the hex color and paste it over here. Go to bars and change the color. Yes, we got the color. We can see how much efficient each segment has. Okay. None of the segment reached 90 percentage. Okay. The efficiency, none of the company or none of the segment has the efficiency 90 percentage. Let me go for 2020 or 21. 89 is the last one. 22, 87, 23, 89, 24. Yes. In the year 2020, okay, what we see, we are able to see the consumer electronics has the 91 percentage. I can go for rounding off 91 percentage as the efficiency. Okay, 91 percentage is the efficiency. Okay, let me go for 2025. Yes, 2025 also doesn't have. So this is efficiency by segment, or we can also go for naming this as OEE. OEE. Okay, overall equipment efficiency. Third one is downtime hours by factory. Okay, downtime hours by factory. Let me go. Let me go for. Let me go here. Okay, not. Okay, let me take this off. factory name, and let me add the efficiency, not the efficiency, downtime hours. Where is the downtime hours? Yeah, let me add the downtime hours. Okay, now you see we got Bangalore has the downtime hours 182. Let me take this off. Okay, now if you see Bangalore has the more downtime hours. If you see Pune has the lowest downtime. Okay, Nevada has the Pune 941. Nevada has the lowest downtime percentage. Downtime hours. Let me also make the color coding. Let me go with this color. General, not this color. Let me go with green color. Okay, let me copy the hex color. Control C. And let me go here, go to the columns and go for adding the color. Okay, we can able to see, oh, sorry. We need to add it for all. Let me go for all and add the color. Yes, we added all the colors. If you want to make the changes to the color, yes, we can make the changes to the color. Okay. Next one again, factory. Okay, what is the name? Factory scorecard. We can add factory OEE scorecard. So what do we add here in the scorecard? Factory name. So let me take this off. So what we are discussing about the efficiency. What do we discuss about efficiency? Downtime hours. Okay, downtime percentage. And what is the production hours? Okay, where is the production hours? Production hours and downtime hours. Okay, now we got. So what is the efficiency? What is the production hours? What is the downtime hours? Okay, if we want to go for what do you say, the variance? Yes, we can also go for adding the variance in the hours. Okay, simple, straightforward. Go to click on new measure. Variance hours equal to, we can go for production hours minus downtime hours. And let me click on enter. And we can add the variance. Now you see, we also added the variance hours. So these many are the variance in the hours. Okay, so this is the variance hours. The difference between the production and the downtime hours. So this is about the equipment analysis. Okay, equipment efficiency. Okay, so we have the last one. Let us complete that. Okay, let us go for another 10-15 minutes. We can close it. The first project. Last one is very important. Okay, let me ask you. Any doubts? Any doubts? Give me 1 minute. Let me have some water. Yeah, any doubts? Any doubts?
I'm
Any
good,
doubts?
Sharad. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So right click, duplicate this. So we would have the same thing. Okay. So what is the usage of this page navigator? So we can click on this and increase the size. This page navigator is used to navigate to all the pages. The last page, the last section is very important. The company, the investments, the stakeholders, they focus more on it. Okay, what is that? The last page is cost control. Okay, what is that? Cost control. Actual versus standard cost variance. We need to calculate cost variance analysis by factory, by segment, by product, and the time period. Okay. So what do we have here? What is the savings? What is the variance? What is the average? What is the average variance? What is the total variance? What is the percentage? But we can ignore, but let us see it in the visualization. Okay. So if you see here, what do we have? Let me add the cost variance. Okay. First, before that, let me add the actual cost. What is the actual cost? Next one is what is the standard cost? Standard cost. Next one is what is the cost variance? Cost variance. And the last one is cost variance percentage. Okay. So there is a 4.88 is the percentage in the cost variance. But even if we take the 4.88, that's a huge amount because $19.90 is the good amount. So if I click on 2025, $3.30 or $3,300. Okay, $3,300. Okay, that doesn't matter. $3,300 is a no matter. But the thing is that here we are dealing only with limited data. But in the real time, it may not be the $3,300. Maybe that can be $33,000 or $300 million. Okay, so let me take this off. The first and foremost thing we need to compare is actual versus standard cost by factory. Okay, actual versus standard cost. Let me add the factory first. Factory name, actual cost, and the standard cost. Where is the standard cost? Yes, here is the standard cost. Any filter? No filter. But why are we not able to see? So let me rename this as cost control. Cost control. Okay. So I think maybe, okay, let me remove this. Let me add this chart. Now let me add the factory, actual cost, factory name, and the standard cost. Okay. So if you see here, we are able to see what is the actual cost. First, let me put the standard cost. Let me put standard cost because we get to know what is the standard cost, what is the actual cost, whether it is an increasing or decreasing. The cost amount is increasing or decreasing. So what do we do now? Let us change the color coding. So go to the columns and click on standard cost, make it into this color. And the next one is actual cost, change it into this color. Okay, now we are able to see what is this. Standard cost is $71,000, but the actual cost is $75,000. What we can do here, we can also do it in another way. If you want to add, if you want to go for taking any other way, if you want to do some other analysis, I can also go for line and stacked column chart. Okay, line and stacked column chart. So we can add line and stacked column chart. Okay, let me go for line and clustered column chart. Okay. In the y-axis, let me add the variance, cost variance. Okay. What we can see here. So how much we are able to see the cost variance? $3,551 is the cost variance for the Osaka plant. When we go for Munich, okay, Munich it increased. And if you see Nevada, it decreased. Okay, $2,988. So in the line y-axis, we can add it. Okay, in the line y-axis, we can add. Or if I add the cost variance in the same column y-axis, we will be able to see the another one, which is what is the cost variance, but it doesn't make any more impact. Let me pull it into the y-axis only. Or let me go for clustered. Okay, that one would be perfect only. So for example, if I had column legend, no. The cost y-axis, yes, it is. Okay, so we are able to track it. If you want to change the color coding, yes, we can make the change in the color coding. The next one is annual cost variance trend. Okay, by so let me click on the same thing. Okay, let me click on the line and clustered column chart. What is the usage of line and clustered column chart? It is a combination of line chart and the bar chart. We have the column y-axis, line y-axis and all. So here let me add the year number. So into the x-axis, let me add the year number. In the y-axis, let me add the standard cost, actual cost, and the cost variance. Cost variance in the y-axis. Now we got the line. Okay. But the thing is that we are able to see it by the 62,000. Yes, we are able to see 62,000. But when we are not focusing, it is giving us in the million. Okay, no need to worry about it. First, let me go here and change the color columns. Actual cost, let me change it into whatever the color coding that we have, red color. Standard cost, let me change it into this color. Okay, maintaining the same color coding. Okay, here we can go. So if we want to go to the line and if you want to go for the color, we can change the color. If we enable the shade, we will get the shade under the line. Okay, we can also get the shade under the line. Let me click on the focus mode. If you see, okay, standard cost. So we have 2066 cost variance. We are able to see the cost variance. Okay, it is increasing and decreasing. Okay, so if you see out of all the years, okay, 2020 has the lesser cost variance, and after that nothing. Okay, after that nothing got less cost variance. Less than $3,000, we do not have the $3,000. Comparing from 2020 till 2025, none of the plants or none of the year has less than the $3,000. Only 2020 has the less than $3,000 as the cost variance. Okay, this is the cost variance. So let me change the name into, go to general and change the title into annual cost variance trend. Annual cost variance trend. Okay, this is annual cost variance trend. Next one is we will only go through the cost variance, factory name and cost variance. That's it. Only the cost variance, separate cost variance. That's it. Munich has the more cost variance. Okay, so let me go here and change the color coding one by one. Munich, let it be green. Osaka, let me change the color. Bangalore, let me change the color. Tokyo, let me change the color. Pune, let me change the color. And the last one, Nevada, let me change the color. So this is what we have it in the cost variance by factory. The last one is we can add whatever we have used till now in the scorecard. Okay, we are trying to see it in the scorecard. Let me remove all this. Let us have the factory name. The next one is standard cost. What is the standard cost? Where is the standard cost? The next one is actual cost. What is the cost variance? Next one is cost variance percentage. Now what do we need to do? We need to add the cost variance status. Okay. What do we have in the cost variance status? So here if you see cost variance status, okay. So what we are trying to do, if the variance percentage is more than 5.1, so it is higher percentage. Variance percentage is greater than or equal to 4.8, medium. Other than 4.8, it is low. So what is the cutoff? 4.8 is the cutoff. The cost variance 4.5, 8 is the cutoff. When the cost variance is more than 5%, actually we would go with not 5.1, we would go with 5% only. Okay, so we can go for high. So what do? We can add the cost status. Okay, high, medium, low, and all. So if you want to represent, okay, if you want to represent conditional formatting, okay, the conditional formatting, what we can do, click on the conditional formatting, click on the icons. Let us have the icons. So what do? Let me select, we need to select the column cost status. Okay, we can add the text also. What we can add, if the cost status is high, okay, let us give the red color, red icon. If the cost status is medium, give me the yellow icon. If the cost status is low, give me the green icon. Let me click on only left icons only. Let me click on OK. Okay, now you see we got. Let me go to specific column, check the cost status, click on the alignment to the center. Now we are able to see the. Okay, now we are able to see the cost status. Okay, if you see yellow, yes, it is a medium. Okay, I can get to know Bangalore has medium. Nevada has no, nothing to do with it. It is good. Tokyo also it is good, the status. But coming to the red color, Munich has more cost variance. Okay, this is how we go for analyzing the data. Okay, let me go and change the naming convention. So what is the name that we can give? We can give the cost control scorecard. Okay, cost control scorecard. So what did we do? We built all the visuals. So in the executive dashboard, we have all the data. Let me increase the size. Okay, we build all the data. Go to production. And here also, let me increase the size. Let me go to quality monitoring. Increase the size. OEE, increase the size. Okay, what is the next thing? The next thing is that publish this report. Okay, let me click on publish. Yes, once we complete the project or complete the report, what do? We click on publish. Let me click on save. And we can go for Panasonic Analytics platform. Let me click on select. Now the report is getting published to Power BI service. Click on got it. Go here. Go to app.powerbi.com. And we will be able to see that. Go to that workspace and we will be able to see the report. Panasonic Analytics. What is the report that we published? We published manufacturing. Where is that? Is it the same? Yeah, it is same. Where is the test? Panasonic platform. Let me refresh manufacturing performance. Yeah, this one. Okay. So now what do you see here? Executive dashboard. If I click on in here, if I click on 2020, everything changes. Now you see. So this is in. So for example, there is no need of clicking on the pages here. What do we do? I can directly click on production volume. I can get into the next page. I can click on quality monitoring. I can get into the next page. OEE, I can get into that page, particular page. Cost control, yes, I can get into that particular page. Now we are able to see the data correctly, the report correctly. Okay.